Don't hesitate to call on me for anything. Like you said, a human being, I'm going to make you take that chance. Things have been different for me ever since I met Hildy. I've never met anyone quite like her before.
Let's go ahead and get started. Welcome to the 39th UCF High School Programming Tournament. I'm Quinn, and this is my co-host Juan.
Yep. It's nice to see you guys, and we're going to be commentating on the HSBT stream today. Quinn, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, so we're both members of the programming team, and I guess I'm technically like the eldest member of the team. This is my 5th year on, and we're going to go ahead and reviewing some of these problems and watching the first solves. Is the scoreboard supposed to be loaded?
Yeah, we have indication that the contest should start soon, like 1 to 2 minutes. Quinn actually competed in the HSBT tournament in his high school.
Yeah, I did it a couple times, and then unfortunately I wasn't able to do it my senior year due to like weird family related circumstances. But yeah, it's always a super fun experience. We try to do a lot to make sure that high schoolers enjoy the contest. Even if there's people who like don't have too much experience with programming, we make sure to throw in a couple problems that like anyone can solve as long as you know a programming language.
Okay, so it seems like this contest has started yet. Let me refresh
ahead.
here so Scoreboard catches up.
Having some technical difficulties here. There we go. Okay, we
It
got
seems
our
like we
first
got our-
dark green. All right, you want to go ahead and explain what a dark green is?
Yeah, so when a team gets a dark green and it shows up on a scoreboard, our scoreboard is scrolling and we'll eventually see it again. It basically means that this team was the first of all the teams, which it seems like we have like over 50 teams, to solve the problem. And there's actually some prizes for dark greens.
It's a huge accomplishment, actually. Dark greens, yeah. There's some people who just try to prioritize getting dark greens instead of actually winning the contest. At World Finals in ICPC, they actually give you like, I think it's $1,000 prize for getting a dark green. So yeah, dark greens are like a really exciting thing. Just something that also makes the contest more fun. It's like an extra thing to go for. Oh,
Yeah, for
you want to explain what ICPC is?
Yeah, so ICPC, oh wait, I'll talk about that later. We just have a dark green on Confusion, which is the white balloon.
Wow,
So
look
we
at that.
have two dark greens.
Both dark greens by Timber Creek.
Yeah,
They're
Timber Creek High
destroying.
School doing pretty well off the start. It seems like Pinecrest and one of Timber Creek's other teams has also solved witches. So I'm expecting to see more Confusion solves. Seems like that's one of the easier problems based off the solves. And as we see, we'll have more teams submitting on these like easier problems. Our the UCF programming team, we like to call them bangers. So these are like the easiest problems of the sets, and these are what the contestants are looking for to find in a set, so we can submit these. Can you maybe talk about bangers, I guess? In
Yeah,
that?
so the contest has two kind of things you want to aim for. So it's like primarily based on how many problems you solve. So yeah, let's just explain how the scoring works here for the people that don't know. The more problems you solve, the higher you'll be placed. So if you solve 4 problems, you'll always be above someone that gets 3 problems. And then you have penalty points based on how long it took you to solve those problems. So the faster you solve them, the less penalty points that you'll get, and the higher up you'll be. So you want to have the least possible penalty points so that you'll be at like top of the scoreboard. So that's why people are trying to solve these easy problems as fast as they can to minimize their penalty points. So it's really a race. Wow, look at that. We've already got 4 problems solved.
Yep, and 4 distinct problems. And it seems like Timber Creek has just solved 2 problems, and they are now the first team with 2 problems solved. And that's within the first 3 minutes of the contest.
Very exciting.
So it seems like this
And
contest...
American Heritage, a new high school, has gotten a dark green on meat. No one else has solved that one.
Yeah, it seems like these teams are flying through some of these early problems. They're finding them and they're capitalizing and writing
Ooh.
fast code.
And look at
Solve
that.
these.
First Academy has now taken first place. And notice, this is something I was kind of mentioning before. They actually didn't get a dark green on either problem, but they're still at the top of the leaderboard. So sometimes, just going for dark green is like not the most important thing, but it's just a fun little extra thing that you can do.
Yeah, like with these dark greens, it does keep into account like the seconds that you do take to solve the problem, and the seconds aren't necessarily important for the penalty points.
That's also true.
It's just the minutes, so that is something that could affect like these earlier problems. If you scroll down, you'll see that there's Doral Academy their number 1 team solved
They
sublet.
can't see this, by the way. They're seeing that one.
No, I'm telling you. If you see on the scoreboard, in 15th place, Doral Academy, their number 1 school, solved sublet and got the dark green within the first 4 minutes. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, it seems like this set is like being solved faster than like some of the previous years. So that's interesting to see.
Yeah, too fast, huh? They're just going right through these problems. You want to start taking a look at some of these? Witches looks like it's the most solved problem.
Yeah. Maybe we can like talk about that problem.
Very interesting. All right, and so we're clear. I did take a brief look at these problems, but Juan here is
Yeah,
taking
this
them
is
for the first
actually
time.
my first time looking at these problems. So
He's gonna be
if
learning
you
about
guys-
them with you.
Yeah, if you guys haven't read these problems, I'll also be reading them for the first time as well. I guess, do you want to read the problem statement like right here? And then,
Well, yeah, I guess we could just go through the whole thing.
I guess that's fine too.
Yeah, so the problem is basically about these three witches, and they're trying to make a witch's brew, and they each have to use the same number of ingredients. And you're given the number of ingredients, and you want to see if these three witches can make their brew while all using the same number of ingredients. It's a pretty simple problem idea. This was one of the ones that we throw in a bunch of easy ones so that every team can probably solve it.
Yeah, so it seems like if we can, like if the three witches can put the exact same number of ingredients into the cauldron, then they want to print something wicked, which is specified in the output section of the problem. And if they can't, then they want to say toil and trouble. I guess there are some things that teams need to watch out for, like especially when they have to print out like a statement like this. You want to like talk about that?
Yes, that's very true. Yeah, you got to be careful sometimes. I'm not sure if this is fixed here, but sometimes, sometimes if you copy straight from the PDF to put like the PDF stuff in your code, because you can access the PDF in the contest. If you're lazy and you don't want to type it, if you copy from it, the symbol that is in the PDF could actually be like slightly different from the symbol that like we're looking for, the exclamation point symbol. So there's like some really weird issues that people have had sometimes. I think I've done that once or twice actually when I was competing at the HSPT. It's a little bit, that might be what we're seeing on these people that had like one or two wrong answers. Oh, you want to go ahead and explain wrong answers? I don't think we talked about that.
A wrong answer is when a team submits and their code for one of the test cases prints out a different answer than what the judge's solution is, and in that case they'll receive a wrong answer. And like we mentioned, there's like penalty points associated with each team, and you want to minimize the number of penalty points you have. And with these wrong answers, you will accumulate around 20 penalty points per wrong submission. So you want to try to minimize the number of wrong submissions, as well as also trying to be quick on the terminal to submit fast.
Yeah, that's true.
So
So
if you also look at the scoreboard, it looks like we have 3 teams that have solved 3 problems right now.
Very
So
exciting.
That's Timber Creek High School, their #1 team, and the First Academy's #1 team, and the Doral Academy's #1 team. So that's cool to see. Seems like these 3 teams will be the teams to watch out for.
well, you never know. Sometimes it takes teams a little bit longer to catch up, but they have a lot more knowledge and they can rush, catch up to the top once they get to the harder problems. So anything could happen. You never
Do you
know.
want to talk about that? Like the different types of teams? Like there's like some teams that like prioritize on like trying to get problems fast, right?
Yeah, there's there's just different kinds of people. There's people who have a lot of knowledge of like kind of more obscure topics. We don't have too many obscure things in this high school contest because we want to keep it simple. But there's a lot of things that you need at least like some amount of knowledge for. So there's people who could be better at those things. And then there's people who just like have a lot of good experience with programming and can do a really good job coding very quickly. So usually here, when we make our teams, we try to have a good balance. So we try to have, like Juan was saying, one person that is really fast with the bangers, they could solve problems really fast, and other people that have like kind of obscure knowledge in certain areas.
Yeah, I completely agree. Maybe do also another thing that we didn't mention, some of the programming languages that we allow at this contest. We allow Python, C++, Java, and C. I know a lot of the high schoolers use Java.
Java's very
because
popular.
It's like used in some of the advanced placement classes in high school, so that's like a very easy transition from using Java in some of their classes to then using it for competitive programming.
Yeah, Java was my first language for that exact reason.
Yeah.
I learned it in my AP CSA class and then just tried to come here to the HSPT and solve some problems with it.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people starting out use Java because of that reason. I think a lot of our team uses C++ as their main language. I know some of the junior varsity members might use Python. I used Python starting out because of the first language I basically learned. So and then I switched to C++ because I thought it was faster.
Yeah, C++ is very popular on the team. C++ is just a language that's like a little bit faster in a lot of ways. It's easier to make it fast than maybe Java, but we do have different time limits for different languages here slightly, so it's not the huge deal. We try to balance it out, like, so that time doesn't matter. But at a college level, pretty much everyone uses C++ for like the harder problems that have like really strict time limits.
Yeah. Do you want to talk about like what other I guess like submission errors a team might get, like in case like they submit and they don't get
so
AC?
Wrong answer is not the only verdict that we can get. So if they get everything right in time, then they'll get a green on the scoreboard and they'll get points for that problem. If they print out the wrong answer to something, so like for this witches problem, if they put that the witches can split it evenly when they can't, then they would get a wrong answer, which is going to be around the scoreboard. But there's three other things that could be, is it two or three other things that could be read on the scoreboard. There is a time limit exceeded error, which is where they just took too long to run their program. So maybe they have like an infinite loop in there somewhere.
So you're saying
like
that each problem has like a time limit associated with them?
Yes. So we decide how long. I think we don't give it here. Sometimes they do give them in the contest. But we have an assigned time limit for each problem that could be like 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Usually it's like way less than a minute. It's like, it's supposed to be very fast because computers can run like
So you're saying
over
like
a million
these teams
operations.
have to like come up with a solution that's like fast enough, but also make sure that they come up with the solution fast so they can submit and like get less penalty points.
Yes.
It's kind of like a balance in between like necessarily finding a solution that fits under the time limit and also like doing a solution that's fast to think of, you know?
Exactly, yeah. That's actually the main sort of difficult part of competitive programming. It's not always about just implementing the solution, just being able to code it. It's about finding a solution that will run in time. Sometimes if you, like, you could think of a solution that would, like, technically work. But if you ran it, it would take longer than the lifespan of the universe to finish running. And we obviously can't run these at our contest. So we do have a time limit for them. If they take too long, they'll also get red and they'll be penalized. And then there's two other errors. There is a runtime error, which is there's two other verdicts. Runtime error is the only actual error here, besides compile time error. Runtime error is if they have something in their code that makes their program stop. Like if they have like dividing by a 0 or some like random error that is like going out of bounds in memory.
If they execute the program and the program has like an error during execution, that's considered a runtime error.
Yes, and they will get a red for that as well. And then the last error, this is the funniest one, is compile time error, where for people who aren't too familiar with how code works, you have to compile, for most languages, you compile the code first and then you run it. So compiling just like takes the words of the code and converts it into like a binary file with just a bunch of ones and zeros. But sometimes there's errors just compiling it. And sometimes there's errors when you actually run it and give it input. So those are two like separate errors, but they're pretty much like similar enough. But compile time errors are very easily avoidable just by running your code once. If you run it once on your own computer, then you should be able to see if it compiles or not. So it's pretty funny when people do get compile time errors, but it does happen. That's why you got to be careful to always run your code and test it, at least on like one sample, before you go ahead and submit it. I think when I was at HSPT, I actually had a compile time error because I made a quick change and submitted it without trying it, and it didn't even compile.
Yeah. Well, while you were talking, one of our teams, the First Academy #1, actually solved their 5th problem. I think that was sublet. Yep. And it seems like we have now around 5 teams that have solved this sublet problem. It seems to be the next most easiest problems in terms of the order. It seems based off the submissions and the correct answers.
Zooming through these. Once they get to the harder problems, they're probably going to start slowing down, but for now they're still going strong.
Yeah, so actually our contest format is 4 hours, and in the first 3 hours, the scoreboard will be available for everyone to see, even including the teams themselves. They could look at the scoreboard and see what other ACs or correct submissions that other teams have gotten. That can give them like a hint to like try to solve other problems or like a specific problem. It might tell them that like this problem might be easier to solve than another one. So these teams have that information for the first 3 hours. But in the last hour, to add a little bit of suspense, we do something special. Quinn, do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, we freeze the scoreboard, at least for the spectators here. So you're not going to be able to see the verdict of the submissions that people send in, but you will be able to see that they send in a submission. So you'll be able to see that like the top two teams both sent in a submission, and whichever one gets it right will probably be the winner of the contest. But we won't show you which one actually got it right until we do the award ceremony.
Yeah, and similar to I guess the scoreboard, the teams themselves also won't be able to see what the other teams also
Yes,
on.
but to be clear, you can see your own submissions.
Yeah.
You're able to see your own verdict, so you know how you're doing.
Yeah.
But you won't be able to see how the other teams are doing.
You just have that lack of information just for the last hour.
It's mostly just for suspense.
Yes. And then, wow, while we were speaking, there's now 4 teams have solved 5 problems. Seems like the First Academy, Spanish River High School, Doral Academy, and Pinecrest School have all solved 5 problems.
Look at that.
And then we have a big group that have solved 4 problems. And it seems like a majority of the teams have solved 1 problem, at least 1 problem. So that is
Very exciting. Looks like there's somewhat of a split between these two problems, chaos and witches.
Yeah, I agree. I'm curious as to see what problem might be solved next. We don't have any more. We only have 5 dark greens at this moment, so I'm curious to see which one will be the 6th dark green and which team will get that.
Very exciting.
Yep. Yeah, it seems like some teams have gotten some wrong answers on the meat problem. So it seems like there might be some cases that they need to look out for on that problem. I guess do we want to look at chaos?
Sure.
Maybe
Let's take
talk
a look
about
and read
that,
that problem. Do you want to give a brief explanation?
Yeah,
Can
I
you read
can
it?
talk about it. We had the
But to be clear, we can't talk about the solutions here because there are still teams that have access to that technology. So we're only going to talk about what the actual problems are. We're not going to say anything that might hint you towards a solution.
Yeah, so it seems like we have a sorted array with n distinct integers from 1 to n. A lot of these problems use like concepts like arrays and like I guess lists. So that's going to be something important in case you do want to potentially participate in these contests. So we have a sorted array consisting of numbers from 1 to n, and we basically are trying to reorder these so that no element is in the original place that it was when you first inputted it. So one thing that we do in this contest is that the way you submit is your program has to take an input. So in this case, you take in n, which will basically decide the number of elements in this array. So your program will have to take in n integers, and then you have to do some sort of program that basically solves this problem. In this case, we're going to have to reorder the elements in a way such that no element is in the place that it was originally. And then your program has to then output it to standard output. And then the way it works is our judge solutions will then basically we'll check their solution versus our judge solutions. And if they match up, we'll give them a correct submission. And otherwise, we'll give them one of the many incorrect verdicts.
Yeah, so one of the special things that we do here at the HSPT, the High School Programming Tournament, is we actually do look at the solutions pretty much by hand. I don't think they do that most places. Everything is done like sort of automatically. But we'll give unique verdicts to some people if they have like very, very specific areas. If they have like everything right except for like the exclamation point is a little bit off, then we might give something called a presentation error, which is still wrong. You still get red, but it will tell you like you're pretty much there. You're just like you had like one little typo in the way that you were submitting the string, or maybe you forgot to put like case before the actual value, some weird things like that.
Yeah, and by looking at their program, Quinn is talking about how like we look at the difference between like the judge's solutions output versus your program's output, and based on that, that's how the verdict is made with the judges. So we have like We actually this year we have around, how many judges do we have?
I think it looked like around 15 to 20.
Yeah, we usually each year we have around like 15 judges or so, and these judges are writing the problems. What else do they do like all year?
Yeah, these are different from the people that are running to send you like printouts during the contest. They're all
Actually, can you explain that part? Like, what are these printouts that like they're sending out?
Yeah, so a lot of the time we do only have one computer per team, and there's 3 people on a team. So a lot of the time, one person on the team might want to like debug their solution while someone else is still coding up a different solution to another problem. So you can print out your code so that you can look at it on paper while the other person has like full access to the computer. So you don't have to like bother them as much or have like half the screen taken up by your code just so you can look at it. And so there's people that will run with those printouts to go to the teams to give them to them. But usually the judges and the people running are not the same people.
Yes, we're very thankful for all our volunteers that help us run this contest, and they're the reason that like we can run this contest, and especially all our judges as well, and the coaches that like oversee all this process. So it's very important for contests.
One fun little behind the scenes thing as well. We mentioned Samarth in this chaos problem. Samarth is actually a student on the UCF programming team here as well. And I think he's one of the judges in there right now, and he is a pretty chaotic person. He's a very funny guy.
Yeah.
So sometimes we do write, we add in the names of some people that we know from the team on here on these problems.
Yeah, it's kind of like a cool little Easter egg.
Exactly, like a little Easter egg. I think there's 3 or 4 problems that reference some of these people.
Yeah, like as we mentioned earlier, penalty points is going to be very important as we start getting to like some of the harder problems, and like submitting earlier and like getting correct submissions on your first or your second submit is going to be very important. Like right now we have the First Academy in first place with 32 penalty points, and second place is Spanish River High School with 43 points and penalty points.
Yeah, and as you can see, we're still at 5 problems. No team has broken that 5 problem mark yet. And this is, yeah, exactly like Juan was saying, why penalty points are so important, why you need to be fast. It's about solving problems. So if any team solves 6 problems right now, regardless of how long they took, how many penalty points they had, they'll be in first place. But a lot of the time there's like strong ties because there's only 12 problems. So you're going to have a lot of ties. So those penalty points really, really do matter.
Yep. And then, yeah, with penalty points, basically, towards the end of the contest, like all these penalty points don't matter as much, and like you're trying to, I guess, get your final submissions to get like a correct, as Quinn mentioned, that like having problem solved is the first tiebreaker that we have between teams. So like as a team that solves 6 problems versus a team that solves 5 problems, the team that solves 6 problems will be ahead of them in place.
Yeah.
And like
one very important thing to note is that penalty points only apply if you actually solve the problem. So if you get a bunch of wrong answers or a bunch of time limit exceed exceptions on one of these problems, we got our first 6th solve, a dark green on Doodle by the First Academy. Very exciting.
First Academy, we were just talking about them. Seems like they are using their lead nicely and keeping the momentum on keeping that first place. So
it looks like they really are the First Academy, at least for now.
Yeah, at least for now, yeah. Yeah, so we have our first solve on the Doodle, and that's coming in at 24 minutes. So it seems like, wow, they've solved over half of the set
exactly
in the first 24 minutes.
That's very exciting. They should be very proud of themselves.
That's very
It's a
impressive.
very impressive accomplishment.
Yep.
But the problems get harder as it goes, and they will definitely start slowing down as they get to these harder ones.
Yeah, Quinn, if you look at the scoreboard, we have almost 10 teams now that have solved 5 problems or more. We have currently 8 teams.
Neck and neck. It's a big race between those teams.
And yeah, because anything can happen if you're in that like 1 to 2 problem range, especially coming into that last hour. Like there could be a team that just solves like 2 problems in like 10 minutes or so, because these teams aren't necessarily working all on just one problem at a time. As you mentioned, there's 3 people on a team, so like people might be working on separate problems, and like they could solve the problems like I guess in parallel, and that could bolster them up to like first place or like second place. and
That's very true.
in like 5 minutes or so if they both solve the problem.
One important thing I also want to mention, it looks like we have a lot of submissions on Slime, but not one of them has been correct yet, which is very interesting. We have a lot of teams submitting on an unsolved problem. No one's
Yeah,
quite
it
gotten it
seems
yet.
like these teams thought that their solution would work. I guess there might have been some cases, or their solution might have been like too slow, or there's some edge cases that they haven't figured out. But that's very interesting. Yeah.
You got to be very careful sometimes. Like we were talking about with time limits, sometimes I don't remember which problem this is. We'll take a look at it later in the contest. But sometimes it seems like a solution is easy, but if you implement it, you will get a time limit exception because your solution is just too slow.
Yeah.
Like you're doing something that will take like 10 billion operations, and we just don't have enough time to run it. So yeah, a lot of those people are probably getting CLEs. I'm not sure if we could take a look at that, but it doesn't matter.
Another thing to note is that in the problem statements, we do give these teams like a sample input, and basically that's saying that like for this type of input, the judge's solution says this, and we'll give 1 to 2 sample inputs per problem, or maybe even 3. But the thing to note is that like these sample inputs are not all inclusive. There might be some cases
Yes.
that are not mentioned in these samples, and teams have to come up with a solution that then solves the problem under any and all cases mentioned in the problem. So this could be
Yes.
something that these teams that are getting wrong answer on Slime are not doing. They're not accounting for every single case.
Exactly. We give bounds on these problems, so they're not unlimited. Like for chaos, the first problem here in the set that a lot of teams have solved, you can get an array of integers up to 100. So you can have up to 100 numbers, and any solution that uses up to 100 numbers is going to be valid, as long as the numbers are also like within the bounds that we set in the problem. So any possible solution, not just the ones that we have in our samples, are valid. And if you fail any of those, then you'll get a wrong answer, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Oh, and we were explaining the importance of, what was it? Oh, that's right. So penalty points, the way that they work, you will never be penalized for submitting a wrong answer before you solve the problem. So submitting will never decrease your rank, ever. I mean, if you submit and then solve a problem later, and you got a wrong answer, then you would have done better if you didn't get that wrong answer after solving the problem, but your ranking will never go down. We only apply the penalty points after you actually eventually do get the correct answer on a problem, in which case you can only go up.
And that's because like our first tiebreak between teams is the problem solved. So if you do get more problem solved, you can only do better.
Yeah.
Right.
But that's also why submitting is a little bit less important. Like in the beginning of the contest, it's pretty chaotic if you get a wrong answer on like an easy problem. Like if a problem would have taken you 5 minutes, but you had like some simple bug that made you get a wrong answer, and then you fixed it and then solved it like a minute later, you get an extra 20 penalty points for that wrong answer, which is kind of a very important early on in the contest.
Yeah, it equates to like you solving the problem 20 minutes later than you actually, I guess, would have.
Exactly. So it might be worth it to take an extra 10 seconds to look at it and make sure it's right before submitting.
Yep.
But for the later problems, you don't know that you're going to solve that problem at all. So a lot of the time, people only care about getting that last solve, and they don't care about the penalty points, because those penalty points are not going to apply if they solve it. For the easy ones, usually you know you're going to solve it. It's just a matter of time. So you just want to be as fast as you can. So the strategy kind of changes.
Yeah, like you mentioned, getting a wrong answer on some of these easier problems might throw off their momentum. So it's nice that like some of these teams, I guess, like we're able to breeze through some of these easier problems with like 1 submit or potentially even 2 submits. So that's good. Helps them keep the momentum, and also helps keep the morale of the team up.
Yes, morale is very important here, which is one of the reasons we have a lot of easy problems on here. If you go to a contest and you're not able to solve a single problem, sometimes it feels bad. We do run a lot of practice sets here on the team, and a lot of the sets that we run are very difficult. Sometimes it's at the point where it's like an hour into the set and there's like 2 problems that anyone has solved. It can be pretty brutal. So yeah, the extra morale boost of like actually getting the AC verdict on a solution can just like really improve your own attitude and help you approach the harder problems as well.
Yeah, I completely agree. And
And look at that. We got our first solve on Tyler. Did that just happen? We missed it. That was 2 minutes
Yep.
ago.
so 2 minutes ago, Timber Creek High School #1 got the dark green on Tyler. So that's very cool. They're one of the teams that has 5 problems solved. There's like now 10 teams that have solved 5 or more problems. So that's very cool to see. It seems that they're now like basically right there at that potentially getting number 1 behind the First Academy, which has 6 problems.
And this is exactly like Juan mentioned earlier. Sometimes, because there's 3 people on a team, people are working in parallel. So I would be willing to bet they also have someone already working on that sublab problem. So we could be seeing them go up the scoreboard in as little as another minute. They might even have the solution already in queue.
Yep, they might be typing it up and like making sure it all works, just doing those final touches.
Very, very exciting.
Oh, one thing that we didn't mention is that like if a team has like questions about like a specific problem and like the specifications, they can like submit a clarification, right? And these clarifications are basically a team can send a question to the judges, and if the judges
don't overuse this. We try to write these problems as best as we possibly can, but sometimes there's little things that we didn't consider, or maybe just like
little nuances to the problem that might not be very clear.
it might be misconstrued in some way. So if you think a problem is ambiguous, then we do let you ask clarifications, but we are not gonna just tell you how to solve a problem. If you submit a clarification just asking for something silly or something that like doesn't really matter, we won't give you a very helpful answer.
Yeah.
But if it is something like legitimately that we see that we should have mentioned, or something that is ambiguous, we will clarify. And then that clarification will be sent to everyone. So everyone who is competing can see it, not just the person who asked the question.
Yeah, if it's a general clarification that something was missed, then it will be sent to everyone. But a lot of times it's just like something that like they missed individually, and the judges will say like, oh, please refer to the problem statement or something along those lines.
Yes. Read the problem carefully is pretty much what we always say. That's actually, reading the problem incorrectly is something that happens way too often, even for people here on the team. So much that we created the acronym RTPC. Just read the problem carefully. That is one of the most common cases for when you get a problem wrong. You just read it wrong and misunderstood it.
Yep, and that's actually a reason why, like, even though this is a contest where you are trying to get a fast solution, you do have to take some time to make sure you are understanding fully what the question is asking and making sure you understand every single edge case.
That's why I always I read through problems usually 2 or 3 times, because I always read it wrong the first time. It's uncanny how often I'll do that. But sometimes it is very valuable to just like take that second read through to make sure that you're actually spending your time wisely. One of the worst things is when you read the problem incorrectly and you think it's like impossible to solve. You think it's a much harder problem. Then you read it again and you realize, oh, I missed this one thing that makes the problem very, very easy. So you have to be kind of careful with that sometimes.
Yeah, I completely agree. As you mentioned, there's teams of 3. So these teams can work together on problems, and that helps reduce the number of, I guess, like misreadings that happen. If you have 2 people on a problem, in order for them to misread it, they would both have to misread it, or one of them would have to explain the wrong problem, which does happen in some instances.
That's true. That's why a lot of the time you don't want to be explaining the problem to someone else who hasn't read it.
Yes, there are some issues with communication, and that's why communication in a team contest is very important. You might think that like you don't have to communicate in these contests, and it's just reading the problems and then just coding. But no, communication is a big part of these contests, especially because there is only one terminal. So as a team, you have to decide how to allocate that time, and like to who and for which problems, and like all that
That's very true. And it looks like the First Academy has another wrong answer on slime. Slime has only had wrong answers so far.
Yep.
Must be a tricky problem.
Yeah, it seems like we have like over 5 wrong answers on slime. So that's very
Who
interesting.
knows? Maybe it's exactly what we're talking about, with people not reading the problem carefully.
Or they think it's like an easier problem, and then they try to like do a solution that might not necessarily cover every edge case.
Who knows?
Like you mentioned, yeah.
Definitely a problem to look out for. The first team to get that is going to be a very exciting accomplishment.
Yeah, so right now we have about 25 teams with 4 problems or more solved. So we have teams such as
25 teams with 4 more. That's very wow.
we have teams such as Oviedo High School, American Heritage, Palm Beach Central.
We've got some really good teams out there
Mount
today.
Verde Academy. All these teams came out and they're doing well so far. West Boca Raton. And then some of these teams actually brought more than one team.
And look at that, 70 teams have solved at least one problem.
Yeah, that's very cool to see. Like some of these teams, like Timber Creek, have like 5 or more teams. I know Western High School has like 5 teams. Pinecrest has 5 teams. A lot of these schools have like more teams because it's teams of 3. So they have like a big program of like competitive programming. And in these programs, they have like 10 or more people. And since the teams are only 3 people, they have to split into teams of 3. And because of that, they have more than one team. And then they practice and then they come out to these contests. Make sure the scoreboard doesn't go away on us.
We're about to get an idleness limit.
It seems like teams are starting to slow down. It seems like these 5 problems, chaos.
Oh, and we missed Spanish River. Got a submission on Doodle, so that moved them up to 2nd place. Where were they before?
I think they were like I think middle of the pack in terms of, or I think they might have been at the top of the 5
I
problems.
think they were already in 2nd, but now they've secured that 2nd spot a little bit more.
And now if Spanish River High School solves another problem, that will put them ahead of the First Academy.
Exactly.
So that's very cool to see.
It's intense.
And regarding these problems, we're actually gonna interview some of the people who wrote these problems later on into the stream. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So that's very cool to get an insight on like what the problem authors were thinking when they wrote this problem, what was their inspiration, and what really went into like writing this problem. Some of the flavor text, which is just a fancy word of like talking about like the story that goes into the problem.
Yeah,
And
you'll
then-
get some behind the scenes action on how he actually made this. We've spent a lot of time trying to prepare the problems for this high school contest. We have more judges than are actually in the judge room today. I think there are some people that actually can't make it to the contest, but a lot of people work on making the problems and making the data, making the solutions, and we do several read-throughs to make sure like everything makes sense and that the problems are actually good problems and that the problem statements are written well. So yeah, we do put a lot of effort in, so you'll be able to hear from some of the problem authors themselves to see how they do that.
Yeah, I think these judges had to sacrifice some of their Saturday mornings in order to, I guess, attend meetings and discuss about the problems that are going to be on the set, work on like editing these problems, making sure they're up to our standards, which are very high standards, to then be included into the set.
Yeah, we have practices pretty much every weekend here, and the people who are doing these judge problems, the people who make these problems, show up over an hour early just to prepare these every single week for several months leading up to the contest. So,
Yeah,
a lot of work goes into it.
completely agree. Yeah, actually, I was actually an HSPT judge last year. I unfortunately didn't get any. I didn't write any problems. I did write some problems, but they did not get selected into the set.
Yes, we write a lot more problems that go into this set. We try to pick out the very best ones. Pretty much everyone will try to contribute at least some problems.
Yeah, so we have some days where like the judges sit down and read the problems, and in these days we then I guess try to rank what these problems are.
Yeah, we have a voting process.
Which ones we rank, and that's not necessarily to say like, oh, this problem's easier or harder, but it's more so like whether this problem is best suited for this set, in terms of like what other problems we think should be in a set. So we try to balance our sets, and we try to make sure there's like a good mix of different types of problems. So that's something that goes into like how we choose problems as well.
Yes, we need a very good balanced range across the board of easy and difficult problems. And you can write really bad easy problems or really good easy problems. So there's a very tight selection process for those too.
Yeah, Quinn, if you look at the scoreboard, you'll see that Doral Academy, their #1 team, actually got the dark green on slime. So it seems like they were able to, I guess, submit a correct solution.
Look at that. And it was their first submission as well. They
Yep.
didn't get a wrong answer first. So I wonder what the issue was on that problem. We can't give too many details away, but we might take a look at it later in the contest once it starts getting more solves.
Yeah, we can take a look at it later on. I guess, do we want to take a look on some of these other problems that were solved, like confusion? I think that one has a lot of solves, so we can read that one. See.
All right, you want to go ahead and read it?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and read it. So as we do these meetings, the judges do these meetings, they also make problem sets, and this problem set is like a paper set with all the problems and like problem statements included and some notes at the beginning. And these problem statements are then given to each team. So in order for teams to find like which problems they want to do, they have to then go through the problem statement and then go through their I guess the packet with all these problems and like see which problems they want to do or which problems they can't solve. So it's not like we also do put these problems up on their computer if they do need to read it there. But I think every team should have like a problem statement that they can each individually go through and like even write on. So that's something that's important to know.
Yeah, being able to take notes right on the problem is really convenient. So
Yep.
it is very
Okay.
nice.
So I'm on this confusion problem. It seems like let me read this. So it seems like it's a problem that talks about puzzling riddles, perplexing mazes, and tongue twisters. We are trying to train in a trade of tongue twisters, and it seems like there's some sentences, and we want to verify that they are truly tongue twisters. And the problem states that in order to do this, you want to check if every word in the sentence starts with the same letter. So you're given a sentence, and you want to determine if it's a valid tongue twister by checking if every word begins with the same letter. And then we mention like some specifications in the input section. Just basically just mentions what type of input you can expect to receive. And then your program has to, I guess, adapt to that input.
Yeah, so this problem, though, one of the tricky parts of it is that it does have the input as as lines. It asks for the first letter of every line. So I remember when I was starting out, I had a very hard time just because I didn't know the syntax. It's easy to input a single string in a lot of languages, but you also need to know how to like input the entire line. And there's a lot of bugs you can get when you're dealing with that kind of thing.
Yeah, I think this problem actually is just one line though. Every word, it seems like there's just one line and then it has like...
There you go. I just said every single time I read a problem, I read it incorrectly.
Yeah.
So reading through it twice, yeah, it's just one line, first letter of each word. There you go.
Yep. Seems, I think it makes sense why some of these teams have solved this problem. Doesn't seem too complicated based off the problem statement, and accordingly, there's been a lot of solves.
And look at that, 71 teams now have solved at least one problem.
Yep.
We're very close to every team solving at least one problem, which is one of our goals for the contest. We want everyone to walk away having solved at least something.
That is very correct. And one thing that we forgot to mention is that some of the winners of the contest do receive prizes and like t-shirts. Like last year we had like some hardware that we gave out, I think like some keyboards or some gear for PC. So we do have like some prizes for the participants this year. So that's always cool to see.
Something extra they could take home.
Yep.
As recognition for
And we also
winning.
have trophies as well, so that's always cool to have that like win of the contest be, I guess,
Commemorated, yeah.
yeah, commemorated.
It's a nice thing to put up. And
Yeah.
we also have little goodies. I'm not sure if the parents already saw these, but at the beginning of the contest, we gave everyone a little goodie bag that had some knickknacks and pens and some notepads for them to write on as well. So everyone gets to walk away with something.
Yep, and that's one of the best parts about this contest. So it seems like even though Timber Creek High School #1 got the dark green on Tyler, it seems like no other team has attempted this problem. And it's been 16 minutes since they last solved this. So it seems like Timber Creek High School, I guess, this might be maybe a harder problem potentially, and Timber Creek High School maybe was able to solve it pretty quickly and like realized that like, oh, if they solve this harder problem fast, then they might be able to reduce the number of penalty points that they get on this harder problem.
That is a strategy sometimes. There's a lot of different strategies teams will try. So one thing that I think we had one of our coaches suggest this. One thing that people will do is they'll assign one person to only work on the hardest problems, so that they'll have as much time as possible to work on like just the. I don't know if it's the best strategy, but it is something that people have tried before, and it can work because sometimes the team members the other team members can always get like the middle and easy problems within like the first 2 or 3 hours. But then if you only look at the hard problems after that, each member will only have 2 hours to work on all of the hardest problems.
Yeah.
So it could be helpful sometimes to have one person that's looking at those hard problems for the entire 5 hours. So that might have been what we saw here. Someone just looked at this hard problem from the very beginning of the set, and that's why they were able to solve it so fast.
Yeah, I think a lot of these strategies at the end of the day come down to like the team's preferences and what their skill sets are. Like some people are like more like some of their strengths include like math or like potentially graph problems or other types of problems. So some people who might be I guess like more skilled in a certain type of problems might prefer to do those problems and might gravitate towards those problems towards the beginning.
That's also very true.
contest.
There's a lot of people who are not even the best at implementing these solutions, but they do have very good knowledge of a lot of these harder problems.
Yeah, like as you mentioned, it's a team of 3, so these teams can have like multiple people working together, and someone might theoretically solve the problem, but then they might have someone else implement and type up the solution.
Yes,
or,
exactly.
and then submit, I guess. Yeah.
We do also have problems. I don't know if we have any in this set, but we've had problems in the past where the entire solution can be solved in 1 or 2 lines with math equations. So there's sometimes people that don't actually know how to code at all, but they will come here and they'll be able to like solve a problem in their head, and then they can tell the other person who does know how to code how to implement that solution. I don't know if that's the best strategy, but communication is definitely very important because sometimes 2 people working together can get a problem that neither one of them could have gotten on their own.
Yeah, it seems like we're coming up to that 50-minute marker, almost the 1 hour mark, and it seems like still there's only 6 problems been solved. The first academy has had 3 attempts on slime, but it seems like all of those were unsuccessful. It seems like Doral Academy, also with 6 problems solved, has also submitted on Doodle, and that was unfortunately an incorrect submission. So they will still remain in 3rd place. So
now we have 2 teams with 6 problems that both have a wrong answer. If they're able to if they're able to fix their solution and make it AC, either First Academy will maintain their lead for now, or Doral will usurp them and take 1st place. Very exciting to see who gets 7 problems first.
Yep, and it's cool to see. I guess more teams now get 5 problems. There's now up to 15. And then there's now almost 30 teams, or actually more than 30, 34 teams now with 4 problems solved.
In less than the first hour.
Yep. So it seems like we are now getting to that stage where it's taking a bit longer for these teams to solve problems. So we're not going to see these rapid one solve and then like next 3 minutes another solve. It's going to take a little bit more time for these teams to solve and then implement these solutions.
Yeah, and I think if we look down here, there was a very interesting team who... Where is it? Oh, never mind. There was a team who had solved Sublet, but hadn't solved Witches yet. But I think they just solved Witches. So I think that was kind of funny.
Yeah,
they solved one of the harder problems, but not one of the easiest ones.
Yeah, again, like as I mentioned earlier, like harder in these types of contests is all relative. Like someone's skill set might be better suited for a certain type of problem versus like another type of problem. So... But as you mentioned, penalty points are important, so it's good to be, I guess, solid in every type of category of problems. That way, like, you can solve like some of the easier problems quicker, even though it might not be your strength.
Yeah, another reason you want to go for easy problems sooner is because when you work harder, penalty points kind of stack, right? So if I solve 2 problems, one of them I could solve in 5 minutes, and the second one I can solve in 30 minutes, then I'm going to get the penalty points for that extra 5 minutes and that extra 30 minutes either way. But if I solve the problem that took me 30 minutes first, then I'm going to get that extra 30 minutes that took me to solve that first problem on both problems. So the penalty points kind of stack. It's kind of important to choose the right order. I guess it's kind of obvious, but when you think about it, it can make like a huge difference. But it is like kind of a unique situation that we have in these contests because they're team contests, and you're not just one person looking at each of these. You're several people, which is why we said many different strategies can work on these. Yep. It's all about teamwork.
I completely agree. One team that we haven't mentioned, Haggerty High School, has 5 problems. They're nearing the top 5 mark, so that's cool to see. This team came kind of out of nowhere, and now they're nearing the top 5 mark, so that's cool to see.
Out of nowhere.
We also have Oviedo High School in the top 10, and American Heritage. American Heritage has 3 teams actually in the top 10. They have their number 1, 3, and 5 team, all in the top 10. They've all solved 5 problems each, so that's very cool to see.
Seems like very good teams out here today.
Yep. See, and these teams actually have like traveled from like all over Florida to compete. We have teams from South Florida.
Some people
Florida,
come very far. Do you know if many people came from out of state this year?
I'm not too sure, but
we do have people that come out of state.
We have had teams that come from out of state in the past. I am unsure if we do have any this year, but it's cool to see that these teams, I guess, travel for these contests. That's very cool to see.
And I think it's worth it. It's one of the best high school contests out there in the U.S., in my opinion.
I 100% agree. Yeah, it seems like a lot of the teams are getting stuck on this sublet problem. Like all the teams that have 4 problems or more are looking to solve this sublet problem because it does seem after you do reach that 4 problem mark, the sublet problem seems to be the next one to solve based off number of submissions and number of ACs.
It does get much harder very quickly.
Yep. There is like, I think a lot of times in problem sets, it feels like once you do solve like the easier problems, there seems to be like kind of like a wall or like a big problem spike in difficulty versus like this one, like the easier problems and then the next problem. So that's usually going to take you like 20 to 40 minutes to solve. And then it's just even going to get like, the spike is going to get even bigger between problems after that.
It's very important not to give up, though. I've seen a lot of people who will solve the easy problems, and then once they get to the hard ones, they just give up. Or in the last hour, they'll think that they won't be able to solve this problem because they've been working on it for 3 hours, and they still haven't got it. I've seen people get submissions in the last 5 seconds of a contest. So every second really does matter. Every minute matters. You shouldn't be giving up just because you've come to a problem that you thought was too hard.
Yeah, so we currently have the scoreboard on the TV behind us. I guess let's go and make the scoreboard full screen and show you guys how that looks. So right now this is the scoreboard. We're nearing an hour or so. We now have 3 teams with 6 problems solved. All these teams have a wrong answer or incorrect verdict on a 7th problem. They've either solved doodle or slime and are attempting the other problem. And we do have some other teams now. We have 18 teams with 5 problems solved. So all these teams are super close in numbers of problems solved. But as we mentioned before, like that spike between solving one more problem could be a matter of like 20 to 40 minutes, even more, especially if there's some bugs or they misread the problem incorrectly.
Yeah, that's one of the exciting things about this. Someone from 18th place could jump all the way up to 4th with just one more problem. And it does look like, what is this team attempting neologism? There's one team with 4 problems.
Timber Creek, number 3, has attempted neologism.
Neologism? I don't know the pronunciation of that.
Yeah. This is why we're not English major. But it seems like, this seems like the only team that has submitted on this problem.
They did get a wrong answer, but they might still be onto something. It could be a tricky problem. It's exciting to see that they're the only ones to attempt that problem so far.
They could be right there, and they just could not be accounting for like a small edge case.
So we might see them jump up the scoreboard soon. Or sometimes, this is one of the things about dark greens, we call it the scoreboard effect. Sometimes there's easy problems that no one has solved yet, and they think that just because no one else has solved it, that it's a hard problem. But sometimes as soon as the first person solves it, other teams will start looking at it and thinking about it, and then they'll get those problems too. So we might see a bunch of teams submitting on problems like this if someone ACs on it.
This is why it's super important for the entire team to read the set. This is something
Yes.
we heavily emphasize in our practices at the UCF programming team, and it is something that we try to do during our actual contests and practices.
Yeah, we have sort of a guideline. I don't know if this is probably what high school students should be doing, but we try to have every single team member read the entire set within the first hour, so that you at least have sort of a grasp on the problems. And maybe if one team member missed an easy problem, another team member can pick up the slack for them.
Yeah. Like, even though you're a team of three, like, and someone might be on a specific problem and like attempting to solve it, like, and you might not be potentially doing anything, it still helps to like read and try to understand what the other person is thinking, or like potentially trying to think of, like, potentially they're trying to think of like, maybe like a math solution or like just like an implementation solution. So it's good to bounce off ideas off your teammates, as you do have that, because there's teams of three.
That's very true. And it looks like, I'm not sure if this came in earlier, but Doral Academy now has a second wrong answer on Doodle.
Yeah, it seems like these teams are struggling to get their seventh problem. Yeah, it seems like there's like a big spike between 6 and 7 in terms of like problem difficulty, and that's why these teams are struggling and getting incorrect verdicts. Yeah, I wonder. I think we were mentioning that these teams were solving like basically half of the set in like first 25 minutes, and now these teams are now struggling to get their seventh problem. So it seems like we are unsure, as if like the entire problem set will be solved during the contest. So that's cool to see.
We do have a sort of guideline for what we call the perfect set.
Yeah.
You want to talk about that a little bit, Juan?
I think you can talk about it.
So ideally, when we try to make sets, we don't want any one team to actually solve the entire set early in, because it's like a little bit, it can be very fun to solve the entire set. But if they do, then they have nothing to do for the rest of the contest. So we have had teams that were just too good before, and they solved the entire set with an hour remaining. I can't remember the last time that happened, but then that team just has to sit there, and sometimes they're even a distraction for other teams because they have nothing to do. So we try to make it hard enough so that no team will solve the entire set, but every single problem will be solved by someone, which is kind of a high bar, but that is kind of our definition of the perfect set.
Yeah, it seems like, as you mentioned before, there are teams that have solved problems that like no other team has even attempted. As we mentioned,
It looks like we might have a perfect set.
Timber Creek High School #1 has solved Tyler. We mentioned that earlier on. That was at the 30-minute mark, and no other team has even attempted this problem. So we do have teams that are, I guess, branching out from the usual problems that are being solved and trying to tackle on some of those harder problems.
And it looks like we're approaching the 1 hour mark. There's nothing too special about that besides the fact that it's the 1 hour mark.
Yeah, actually, towards the 1 hour mark, we are actually trying to have some of the judges interviewed. I'm going to go and ask if one of the judges wants to be interviewed.
Yes, who do we have up first?
I think we actually have potentially Tyler Marks.
Tyler Marks, who's been on the team for 5 years now.
Yeah, so I'm going to go see and try to see if we can interview him at this moment. It'd be cool to get some insight on what it takes to go and judge and create a problem like this.
Yeah, so do you want to take a quick break and then we'll be right back with Tyler Marks?
Yeah, I guess so.
All right, so we'll be right back.
Yep, we'll be right back with an interview with Tyler Marks.
All right, we're back with Tyler Marks.
Hello.
All right, so Tyler Marks, you actually wrote one of these problems that got on the set, didn't you?
Yeah, I wrote two of them. I wrote Dark and I wrote Confusion.
Yeah, and funny enough, you are actually in this set.
Yeah. Yeah, I am the namesake for one of the problems, and my team is the namesake for another one.
Yeah, so that's the problem that we have one solve on by Timber Creek 1. They're the only problem to solve this guy.
Yep.
All right, so why don't you tell us a little bit about your inspiration for the two problems that you wrote? Which one were they? Confusion
So
and...
Confusion and Dark.
And Dark.
Confusion. So first thing, a little bit of a neat fact about both of my problems. Their titles are actually inspired by two songs that I listened to, and in terms of the problems themselves, my general process for coming up with problems is I like to think about different topics or different techniques I think are interesting, and I'll form a little bit of a problem about them. So for Dark, I wanted to come up with a geometry problem themed around circles. I was thinking about what might be good flavor text for that, and I was thinking of maybe the circles are going to obscure vision or something. And so then I built off of that. I was like, okay, last year I wrote a problem that was about these elephant spies. And so I was like, let me continue the story of these elephants to be able to continue their legacy. And so that led to me writing the problem Dark.
Well, you want to talk about the problem Dark that you wrote? I don't think we mentioned it yet on the stream.
So let me open up to it quickly. Or not so quickly.
Take your time.
So in Dark, the idea is that we have that someone is going to be starting at a point, traversing along a straight line to a target point. And they want to do this while they're fully blocked from vision. And the way that they can be blocked from vision is through circles. We know where circles are going to be placed in the plane, but we want to determine what is the smallest radius we can place for each of those circles, such that their path is fully obscured. Yeah.
Very interesting.
So,
you called this a geometry problem.
Yes.
You want to talk a little bit about... I know you're a big fan of geometry. Tyler Marks is the geometry guy.
Yeah. So I'm not going to go too much into the solution itself, but the general idea with geometry is working with either some classic formulas you might have seen in school, or working with vectors, working with these different geometric structures to be able to find certain information, like in this case, radii, whether something is covered, etc.
Yeah, geometry is very unique compared to a lot of the problems on here. A lot of the problems are very focused on discrete numbers, integers.
Yeah.
Geometry problems deal with
At the collegiate level, geometry is usually one of the more feared categories because of certain issues that computers have with floating point or decimal representations of numbers.
Yeah, it can be a little bit difficult to work with sometimes. You can have issues where your solution is off by 1/1,000,000th.
Yeah.
So a lot of people on the team hate geometry, myself included.
And this is why you'll see in certain problems that it specifies that answers have to be within a absolute or relative error of some amount. Like in Dark, for instance, it has to be within an absolute or relative error of 10 to the negative 4.
Yes, we do tell you.
Yeah.
So there's a little bit of a guideline there. All right. Now, confusion was a completely different type of problem.
Yeah. So confusion was, I wanted to come up with some text processing problem, specifically trying to be a little bit more on the easy side, especially compared to my other problem. And the idea is that we want to, we're given a sentence, and we want to check to see if for that sentence, if it forms a valid tongue twister, where in this case, we're defining a tongue twister as a sentence where every word starts with the same letter.
And you said this was inspired by songs you listened to?
Yeah, well, that's where the titles came from. And it was one way I like to come up with what we refer to as flavor text, which is the story of the problem, is I'll think about a title or a theme or something I want to come up with, or I want to theme the problem around, and then I'll go into detail about that. So I was thinking about different titles, different stories. I'm like, okay, Land of Confusion is an interesting thing. What if I talk about some mythical land and go into like this like puzzling society and just basically explore that pathway to come up with this problem?
Very interesting. All right. And you have been on the team for 5 years.
Yes.
Did you do this in high school?
I did not. I did not learn until competitive programming until my college years. But I went to high school like 20 minutes away from here at Timber Creek.
Timber Creek,
yeah.
there you go.
Denker, the computer science teacher at the time, really tried to get me into competitive programming, and I just, at that point, I was more of a robotics kid, but now I'm completely into the competitive programming scene.
And if I can't say, Tyler Marks is one of the top people on the team. He's doing extremely well, despite not having any actual high school experience.
Yeah.
But you did put a lot of work into this.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I spent a lot of my first 2 years learning a lot of what I missed in high school and filling in that gap that I had.
Yeah. All right. So we do have, what is it, 5 teams from Timber Creek here?
Yeah.
You want to tell us a little bit about, I guess you weren't on the team at Timber
Yeah,
Creek.
I'm a little bit too far removed from from the team at this point to be able to comment on what their current team is like.
I see, because I do know they have a very, sort of a more
Yeah.
rigorous program for
Yeah.
doing these practices.
While I was there, the community was very built on, it's very similar to what the UCF community is like now, where the team was very close, would oftentimes would spend a lot of time together explaining different techniques, different strategies, and had this community that really fostered growth within competitive programming.
Yes, that's one of the most important parts of competitive programming in my experience is actually enjoying it. I think that's all the people who I see that do extremely well in this. They're not just working hard because they are like extremely hard workers, though they are extremely hard workers, but they truly enjoy working on all this. They're not just doing it to like win awards.
Yeah.
I mean, you are doing it to win awards.
We are very competitive people at our core, but we do still also enjoy it. Like, we're not just doing it purely for the competition. We're also doing it because we do enjoy problem solving, programming, and being able to meet the different people we do in this contest.
Though there are problems that I certainly enjoy less than others, which is why we try to make these like actually fun and not frustrating problems to deal with. Some of them, oh man, some of them make you second guess why you're even doing this. Some problems are like, you'll get like 17 wrong answers on them and you don't know why.
Yeah.
And it's some obscure thing. All right. Is there anything else you wanted to mention, Thomas?
Well, as mentioned earlier, I'm the namesake for one of these problems, and I think it would be a little interesting to talk about the origin story of where this problem came from.
Tyler.
So, the team that I work with, our team name is Or Else. That's where one of these problem names also comes from.
Oh, so 2 of these problems.
Yeah, and I'm on a team with Andy Fan and Sachin Sivakumar. And essentially what happened was that one of these contests our contests started at 5 hours, 1 hour longer than the high school contest we run here. And we were getting towards the end of the contest. We were like really tired and out of it. We were starting to go a little delirious. And so what was happening was that my teammate Andy, we were working on a problem involving segment trees. And essentially the important thing, the reason I mentioned segment tree specifically, is that a lot of the variable names we are using were, if you look in the sample input 3, are usually like TL, TR, and TM.
For people who don't know, segment trees are just data structure.
Yeah.
It's a way to perform certain operations very quickly that you need for some harder problems.
Yeah. The important thing with segment trees, and the reason I bring them up, is because of these variable names. And what was happening was that our pattern recognition was essentially filling in these variable names to be my name. And so as we were going through, Andy was filling in the names to essentially form my name. And so that led us to thinking about this problem and putting it in the set.
That's very funny. So who actually wrote this problem? Was that Sachin?
Sachin wrote it.
Yeah, Sachin is a very interesting character. And also, Andy is also, he's been the namesake of a lot of problems in the past. Andy Fan, how long has he been on the team?
I think this is his 7th year.
7th year. I don't know if we'll
Yeah.
be interviewing him, but he's a very swell guy.
Yeah.
Very fun person too.
Yeah.
On your team.
Yeah.
And what was you said or else was also
Yeah.
in this set. Is there some lore about you in that problem? I haven't taken a look
Not
at it.
specifically, just the fact that it was named after our team.
I see, I see.
Yeah.
So, you want to tell us a little bit about your team? I do know you're
Yeah.
going to compete at NAC
Yes.
this year.
Yeah.
Very exciting.
For those who aren't familiar with the collegiate level of competitive programming, our contests are broken into 3 main levels. The regional level, where we compete in the North America Southeast region. The national level, where we compete in the North America contest. And then the World Finals level. And to practice for these events, we meet twice a week, run a simulated set of 5 hours. We meet once. Currently, we're doing Saturdays and Sundays for our sets. And we spend these 5 hours practicing a set. And then afterwards, we go back, look at what we could have done better in the set, what problems we want to explore more to be able to learn new techniques, and so forth.
Yeah, it's a hard grind. So,
Yeah.
are you excited to go up to
Yeah.
NSC?
Yeah, last year was a little bit unfortunate with what happened. We essentially just had a few mistakes we made in contests that caused us to not place as well as we should have. We've done a lot of practice to make up for that and be able to avoid those issues this year around.
Sometimes these things happen.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, there is sort of an element of luck in these contests.
Yeah.
We try to remove it by writing good problems.
But there's always going to be situations where it's like a certain topic isn't your strength and ends up in the set and whatnot.
Exactly. But you can always overcome luck with more practice.
Yeah.
It's important to work hard.
I'm sure if you guys interview our chief judge, he'll talk a lot more about the importance of practice.
Oh, yes. Glenn, who's running this contest, has a lot of mottos about working hard.
Yeah.
And one of his favorite is about talent. Because there's a lot of people who can perform well with less work. But no matter what, one of his favorite sayings is, hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard.
Yeah. That is definitely the case a lot of the time.
And I've definitely seen people, even on the team, who that could definitely apply to.
Yeah.
All right. And what would you say is your favorite problem?
As you mentioned earlier, I love geometry. I have to say that Dark. I'm very biased towards Dark.
Really?
Between
That's
having
quite a
written it
bias.
and it being a geometry.
Well, how about
problem.
we filter it down? Of the problems that you didn't write, which one was your
Yeah.
favorite? Which one was the one that you voted for?
Well, I can't recall exactly which problems I voted for, but I advocated a lot for or else being in the set. But I gotta say, I gotta stick with my geo bias. I'll go with Sublight as my
Oh, wow. Just picking
favorite
the
problem.
next geo problem.
Yeah.
Very funny. All right. I think it's about time to wrap this interview
Yep.
up. So thanks for coming down,
problem.
Tyler.
Yep.
And we'll see you later.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
All right. So we will be right back in just a second.
All right, we are back, and
Welcome back.
Seems like while we were interviewing Tyler Marks, there have been some updates to the scoreboard. I'll first mention that Spanish River High School has now solved 7 problems. They finally figured out what was wrong with their submissions on slime, and
Look at that.
were able to AC. And also the First Academy, their #1 team, has also solved 7 problems. They're in second place. Not too far behind with 20 or 19 penalty points behind.
So
Spanish
still
River.
Spanish River and First Academy, neck and neck. But it looks like Spanish River is taking the lead for now.
Yep, and now we have over 8 teams with 6 problems solved. So it seems like more teams are now figuring out what was wrong with their slime submissions and were able to AC.
Look at that. I
another-
wonder what it was. We might have to take a look at that.
Yeah, another thing to mention is that now we currently have every team solving one problem, at least one problem.
That's amazing.
So that's very cool to see.
So every team will be going home having solved at least one problem.
That's very cool to hear. And another thing that that happened while we were interviewing Tyler Marks is that Flowers got a dark green. So it seems like American Heritage School, their Broward campus, has solved Flowers. So that's very cool to see.
And they also have a submission on slime, so they're still competing for that first place spot right now.
Yep. So if they fix up their slime code, then they should be able to get the 7 problems solved, and that would put them in 3rd place. So that's very cool. Yeah. Also, we now have over 20 teams now with 5 problems solved. So that's very cool to see. It seems like we are now getting to that point where most teams are solving like a majority of the easier problems, and now they're just working on the medium to harder problems. So that's very cool to see. Yeah, do you have the scoreboard pulled up?
I do.
That's very cool to see. So I saw that you were mentioning what team Tyler was on, and like his experience on NAC and all that.
Yeah, I realized we never explained team names, did we?
So can you talk about how we name our teams here?
So, at UCF, we have a lot of teams that compete in Div 1 college competitions, the ICPC contest, which is sort of the college version of this, but it's a little bit more formal and official. And since we have so many teams, we give each one a unique name based on some theme. So one year we had planets, which is kind of a fun one. Another year we had flowers. That was an interesting one. And this year the team theme is actually programming language keywords. So or else is the name of Tyler Marks' team. And or else is like one of the keywords in, what is it, Python? I don't know. I'm not sure. But
No, I don't think so.
there's also sort of a joke in their name. It's like, you got to do this or else. I don't know. I thought it was kind of an interesting name.
Yeah. Another thing that we did not mention is that this contest is in person, so we actually have teams competing in multiple rooms, all at like one computer station, and this is all done in person. And as we mentioned, we have volunteers like making sure nothing wrong is happening, bringing out printouts of the problem or of the code that they're working on, and also we have people running with balloons to I guess indicate that this team has solved the problem.
Yes, the balloons, one of people's favorite parts of these contests. They actually do those balloons at the ICP contest, the college ones as well.
Yeah,
I don't
can
know.
you explain like why they get balloons or something?
Yeah, so if you see teams with balloons, it means that they've solved that specific problem. So looking at the scoreboard, you could see the color of the balloon at the top. And when a team solves that, we'll have someone run over and give them a balloon of that color. So every other team around them can see that they've solved that problem. It's just like a little bit of bragging rights.
Yeah. So I'm actually gonna pull up the scoreboard here. Here we can see that each problem has like a specific color and a balloon associated with it. So like, for example, this chaos problem has a purple balloon. We have sublet witches with pink and black, and then meat with like a lighter pink. So all these problems have like different balloon colors, and we bring up balloons to teams that have solved problems. So that's very cool. It's kind of like another way to view how teams are doing inside of the actual competition room instead of just looking at the scoreboard.
And they do get to take these balloons home too. So teams that will solve a lot of balloons will have those balloons stuffed in the back of the car. Actually, when our teams do go to regionals, we end up keeping a bunch of those balloons too. And if we put them in the car, it will stuff up the entire vehicle because we have so many teams that usually get like a bunch of solves. It's sort of just an extra fun gimmick, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, so now every single team will be going home with at least one balloon.
That is very true. And that's very cool to hear. I guess one thing that we also forgot to mention, since this contest is in person, and also we do have another contest that is
Yes.
online.
The UCF online high school programming exam.
Yep, this one's done later in the year. I think we usually do it in December. I'm not exactly sure when we have it this year, but that is something that is going to happen later this year. So that's cool to hear. This gives like teams from like further out, or like I guess students that are like further away from Orlando. It gives them a chance to compete in these high school contests. Because I know there's some people out there that would have liked to compete, but they just can't because it's too far.
That's
Logistical
true.
reasons.
That's very true. And anyone competing in this contest can do the online version as well. If you're itching for more problems, we do a lot of things here to make it fun and interesting for the people doing it in person. But if you just love solving problems, the online contest is also very good. They have some very high quality problems. So yeah, you might love to take a look at that afterwards.
Yeah, I think actually the way we actually do like a similar process in terms of problem selection for the online contest as well. We have like a pool of problems that the judges create, and then we then decide like for each contest which problems we want to put in.
Yeah, we make the problems at the same time, and sometimes we'll just feel like, oh, this is more of a problem for the online set, so we'll put that in this one instead.
Yeah, so it's a similar process. I guess the only thing is that we don't have to do like a setup for the in-person stuff. So that's always, I guess, like a big factor in our contest like today. The in-person setup, which is always, there can always be like things that go wrong. Working with a bunch of volunteers, you have to set that up as well. Moving these printouts to the teams that like ask for them, doing all these things, and like having all these computers, there could be like technical issues. So there's just way more that goes into an in-person tournament than like an online one.
That's very true. And actually, I think we might want to check the chat. Do you know, Juan, do we have access to the live stream chat?
Yeah, let me pull
Because
that
I think
up.
some people were typing in there.
Yeah, I think they were asking for a link of the scoreboard. I put one and I pinned it. So now if you're looking to see the entire scoreboard, you can click on the pinned message and you would be able to see the current scoreboard for every team.
Yeah, so you don't have to just look at this thing back here. You can look at it yourself, and it does update in real time.
Yep, so that's very cool to see. And you can also see like if teams have submitted and gotten like an incorrect submission on some of these problems as well. How many submissions they have for like a specific problem, and when they actually were able to get a correct submission.
Yeah, you can't actually see what type of incorrect submission they had.
Yeah.
But you can just see like how many times they submitted and got the wrong verdict.
That is very true. It's kind of like a way of limiting information that the other teams get, but they still do get some information. If a team has a lot of wrong, like incorrect submissions on a problem, they might see that problem is trickier than it might appear, and they might have to be extra careful when trying to submit on that problem. So that's always something to look out. But they don't necessarily know if it was because of a wrong answer or a time limit exceeded.
That's very true. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people are often very intimidated to try these problems with a lot of wrong answers. But as you can see, the people who did, two of the people who did get this problem got it on their first try. Well, I'm looking at Doodle specifically. Doodle is a very intimidating one because so many teams have wrong answered on that one, more than any other problem. But a lot of the people that have gotten the right answer, 2 out of 3, got it on their first try.
Yeah, it seems like we currently only have 3 teams having correct answers. It's interesting that Freedom High School #1 has correct submission. Seems like slime is the most solved problem
Of the remaining ones?
of the 6 problems, of the majority of the teams that have 6 problems. So it's cool to see that Freedom High School actually elected to work on Doodle and ended up getting the correct submission.
Oh, another update that we missed. Timber Creek High School solved their 6th problem, which was sublet, the one that they were missing from sort of the easier problems that everyone else had gotten. So now they're also competing for first at 7. Oh, but they have submissions on Doodle, but not Slime. Like I said, people often work in parallel, so I wouldn't doubt that they have people on both Slime and Doodle right now.
Yeah, actually, they seem to only have 6 problems, so this Doodle submission, correct submission, would bring them to 7 problems, which would unfortunately be behind First Academy and Spanish River High
That's true,
School.
because of penalty points.
Yep, but if they do end up solving both Doodle and Slime, that would push them up all the way to first place.
They've got a lead because of that extra Tyler solution, which no other team has even attempted yet.
Yeah, even though they might be behind on penalty points, they do have some of the quote-unquote easier problems, Doodle and Slime, left now, and they don't have to worry about the problem Tyler, because they were able to solve that in the first 30 minutes.
Yes, and this is sort of what we were saying about penalty points too. Maybe part of the reason they're behind on penalty points is because they went after one of the harder problems, and now they're still trying to catch up on the easy ones. But who knows? Maybe that's a good strategy, working on the hard ones first. There's all sorts of different things that can work, and I guess we'll find out what works at the end of contest.
Yeah, I mean, during your interview with Tyler, did you guys end up talking about the problem, Tyler?
We did, yes. It wasn't written by Tyler. I guess that would be a little egotistical if he wrote a problem about himself. But it was written by one of his teammates, all about him.
Yeah, so it seems like,
It's a really interesting problem.
yeah,
actually.
do you want to, I guess, like maybe talk about it real quick?
Have you read it?
I have not read it. Do you want to
Alright.
read it? You want to read it out to the stream?
Why don't I explain it to you?
Yeah, well, let's
So
explain.
you have a string, which is just a word with a bunch of letters in it, and you can do 3 operations to the string. You can choose any letter and change it to some other letter. You can remove a letter, or you can add a letter at some point. So those are the 3 things you can do. And you want to make the string nothing but just Tyler. Just all Tyler. Tyler, 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 Tyler.
see.
And as few operations as you can.
So it seems, so you can add a letter. It seems like you can add a letter at any position in the string, including the end and the beginning. I see it. Okay.
Yeah, I think there's a name for this actually. So this change of the amount of changes you need to do to get to a letter. I forget what it's called.
Yeah.
It's like the something distance.
Yeah. I guess we can call it the Tyler distance.
Tyler distance. I like that. So yeah,
Yes.
the Tyler distance of this word. So yeah, this is sort of a tricky problem.
Yeah, it seems like
we
a-
don't give anything away about
Yeah, it seems
but-
like a string problem. And we're trying to figure out the minimum number of operations. So that's something that I guess a team might have to watch out for. Not necessarily finding a solution to change it to a Tyler string. We have to find the minimum number of operations to change it to a Tyler string.
Definitely seen problems very similar to this in the past.
Yeah, a lot of these problems end up being like, can you figure out how to do this? And if so, figure out the minimum number of necessarily like operations or like minimum number of steps to do this.
That's very true. A lot of these problems are about doing stuff in the most optimal possible way. And you also need to be careful not to TLE on this. TLE is the time limit exception. It's where your code takes too long. You could write code that technically works, that just tries every possibility. But like we said before, if you did that, it would take longer than the lifespan of the universe to run. So you're definitely not going to get an AC verdict at our 4-hour contest.
Yeah, a lot of these programming problems end up, I guess, resorting to optimization problems, and that's like a very important part. Oh, we actually have
Another dark green.
another dark green by the First Academy on that or else problem that Tyler was talking about, the one that's being named after his team.
The very last problem in the set. That is actually one of the ones I didn't take a look at yet.
Yeah,
We might
so
have to.
So that now puts the First Academy well into first place with a problem ahead of the second place team.
So now there are 3 problems that only one team has solved. Each of these 3 problems have a unique problem that no one else in the contest has done.
And that's a very big advantage for these teams that have that only problem solved.
These are the trendsetters.
Yep.
So we might be seeing these problems get solved a lot more, like we were talking about before with the scoreboard effect. Once one person does it, everyone else wants to do it too. So now people are probably going to be looking at these problems
Yeah,
more
for
carefully.
sure. Like, As we mentioned, these teams have access to the scoreboard, so they can see that these teams have solved the problems and got in a dark green, and now they will take like a closer look at these problems. Maybe they might think that like these problems weren't approachable before, and now they are, I guess, trying it now.
Yeah, and it's worth mentioning that this was solved by the First Academy, who has 8 problems now and has regained their lead. And now look, we have 8-7-6 down the scoreboard.
Like
so
our
now
scoreboard turned off, so I'll turn that on.
we'll fix that in a second. So now it looks like the teams that still have a lot of penalty points, like most of the teams with 6 problems, are going to need to solve 3 problems to beat the First Academy because of the penalty points. Or maybe not, actually. First Academy had 4 submissions on slime, each of which gave an extra 20 minutes of penalty points.
So even though First Academy does have 8 problems solved, they did take 4 submissions to then solve slime. So if a team does end up solving their 8th problem relatively quick, they could be ahead of the First Academy in terms of penalty points.
Yeah, it is about speed, but it's not just speed. There's contests out there, not this style of competitive programming contest, but there's contests where like the first team to get to this amount of points will maintain the lead. So if another team gets to the same number of problems, they won't get it. That's not how it works here. We have actually had situations where one team will fully solve the set. They'll solve every single problem. And then later they'll get beaten by another team because they had less penalty points. So these wrong submissions can make a big difference. That actually happened at the college regional contest for our UCF teams. There was one team that solved, there were 2 teams we had that solved the entire set. One of them solved it first, and then the other one solved it after them, but with less penalty points. So they actually took the lead. It was a very fun situation to watch.
Yeah, it always sucks to be in that situation because after you've solved the set, you pretty much have nothing to do except wait and hope that no one passes you.
You're just praying that no other team is able to do that.
Yeah. And as we mentioned, that's why like
you got to be very careful.
Very careful looking through your code, potentially giving it another glance before you actually do click on that submit button. Because once you click that submit button, you're either getting a correct verdict or an incorrect verdict. You can't take back the submission.
Exactly, you can't take it back. And it looks like we have another solved by the First Academy. So it looks like they were working in parallel. So they're now 2 problems ahead of any other team. They're going to be a tough one to beat.
Yeah, it seems like they've now solved 2 problems in a span of 5 minutes.
Solidified their lead. There's a huge wall blocking other teams. Other teams will now have to solve. Well, actually, they do have a bit of penalty points, so maybe someone could tie. Someone could beat them with 9, but it's gonna be tough. This is probably gonna have to go into like at least 10 problems solved to get that first place spot.
Yeah, it's crazy to see that they've solved 2 problems in a span of 5 minutes, considering these are one of the harder problems of the set. So these usually will take them longer. It should take them theoretically longer than like 5 minutes to solve the next problem. But as you mentioned, they could be working in parallel and have other people typing as like someone else is thinking of a solution.
So we might have had 2 people. Sometimes when you, the good thing about samples is sometimes you can save yourself a submit by testing these samples. So if you see you got the answer wrong for samples, you don't have to bother submitting it and getting the wrong answer. You can fix it. So I'm betting that's what happened. They already had the solution typed up, and then they got the samples wrong and they had to debug it off the computer. And then the other team solved the other problem. Then they came back, fixed their bug, and solved the other problem really quickly.
Yeah,
that's what usually happens.
Yeah. As you were talking, Doral Academy #1, they actually got their 7th problem.
Look at that. Which one was that?
That was Doodle. It took them 4 submissions to get it, but now they are with Spanish River High School with 7 problems solved. And now they are inching even closer to reaching up to the First Academy.
That is the first team. Oh, never mind. Not the first team to solve it, but the second team to solve it with many wrong answers on that problem. So it is something where you can eventually find the issue and fix it.
Yeah. It seems like both Doodle and Slime are getting a lot of wrong submissions, so teams have to be extra careful on those 2 problems. Another thing that I did not mention is that we now have almost 70 teams that have now solved 2 problems. So that's very cool to see.
That's amazing.
It seems like every team has solved witches and almost every team has solved chaos. We do have some wrong submissions on chaos, but it seems like teams are working hard to get that chaos solution working.
And look at that as well. Like I said before, I think we just had another AC on flowers, AC short for accepted. So we have three teams now that have solved flowers shortly after the first team dark greened it. It's the scoreboard effect. People saw that flowers was solvable, and then everyone wanted to solve it.
Let me look at the YouTube chat, see if anyone's saying anything. Yeah, as I mentioned before, I pinned the scoreboard. There is a bit of an issue with the TV. It doesn't focus well, so it might be kind of hard to see the scoreboard. But yeah, I sent a message and it's pinned. That way you can see the teams.
Yeah, and you can pull it up on your own and see everything instantly and scroll through it on your own computer.
Yeah, so apparently we have some people mentioning that we have a comment from Tony Lee talking about Spanish River having Marvin Gao. I'm not sure.
Tony Lee, I went to high school with that guy.
I'm not exactly sure who that is. But it seems like Marvin Gao is one of the contestants this year.
A bit of a celebrity contestant, I guess, if someone
I guess so.
knows him.
Yeah, people are commenting about this Marvin Gao guy. So it seems like he might be a really skilled programmer.
Which one is he on?
The comment mentioned Spanish River.
Spanish River.
Let's see how Spanish River is doing. So
That's the
Spanish
team
River,
in
that's
second.
the team in second place, their number one team.
So we have a lot of people spectating that team, I guess.
Yeah, we have a lot
Very
of
exciting.
Spanish River fans in the chat. So Spanish River actually was one of the teams that got a dark green. They got a dark green on Chaos. So that's very cool to see. Yeah, as you notice, a lot of the teams near the top of the scoreboard are the ones with dark greens. So I'm not saying like that's correlated in any way, but like it does seem to reflect that like getting dark greens does mean a team is usually at the top of the scoreboard.
But not always. We do have this case of confusion where Timber Creek 3 is still catching up with 5 problems. Going for those quick solves on harder problems a lot of the time can grant you dark greens, but it might not be. Yeah, like there's different strategies. Like
Yeah, like I guess a way of thinking about it is that getting a dark green on a problem gives you more time to solve other problems, and that'll give you an even bigger chance of potentially solving those problems. So
I'm still excited to see if anyone else attempts Tyler. No one else has even tried it with one team getting a dark green in less than 30 minutes.
yeah, it seems like other teams are trying to, I guess, attempt the other
just
problems.
had a solve in the first few. What was that update? I missed it.
Yeah, it seems like Timber Creek now has
Timber
their
Creek
seventh
won got
solve.
their 7th problem.
This
So
is the
now
team that solved Tyler, so they are now up to 7 problems.
they're competing for second place.
Yeah,
Maybe first.
we
if
have
they
a
can get
we have a
couple
group
more.
of 3 teams now with 7 problems solved, so that's cool to see. Yeah, it seems like we have also some Doral fans in the chat as well.
Doral Academy.
Doral number 1. They're currently number 3, but as we mentioned before, there is a lot of time left in the contest. We have 2 hours and 15 minutes.
Anything could happen. Less than half the contest has gone by.
Yep. We have so much time left into the set where pretty much anything can happen.
And a lot of these problems are problems that might take over an hour to work on that one problem just by itself. So, yeah, who knows what we'll see. Hopefully no team solves this too fast and then has nothing to work on. Looks
Yeah,
like
there's
First
that-
Academy only has 3 left.
There's that aspect of thinking about a problem. So that's like one of the first stages of like solving a problem. And then these teams have to then go from thinking about the problem to then implementing the solution. So that's another period of time that it takes for them to actually solve the problem. So there's like 2 stages of a problem. And then we have a lot of these teams like trying to find the best balance between yes, thinking and then like also implementing with only one terminal.
That's very true. Yeah, what you do off terminal is very important. All of that thinking really matters. In fact, one of the most important parts of this contest is actually trying to optimize your computer time. Like we were saying before, a lot of people have, so they'll print out their solutions so they can read them while they're not on the computer, so they're not taking up that computer time. Because even though you have 3 people on the team, you only have one computer, so you have like 12 hours combined of all of these
Of like
three
brain
people
power.
of brain power, exactly, but only 4 hours of computer time. So you need to be careful with what you're actually doing with the computer, making sure that you're doing the most valuable thing. Sometimes debugging on the computer is not the most valuable thing you can be doing.
Yep.
Letting someone else code their new solution. We have sort of like a strategy here. We say new code comes first. If you have something to debug, you should always do it off terminal and let the person who has new code that they need to write get on first. Because they might have a bug too, and they might need time to debug that as well. And then they can do that on paper. You're maximizing that full 12-hour time.
Yeah, and that's actually one of the reasons why we have these printouts, so teams can then look at their code and potentially debug off the terminal and then see their mistakes and not, I guess, clog up the terminal time from someone else.
Exactly.
I think we have people asking for Suncoast. I'm not sure if we have Suncoast competing this year.
That was my high school back in the day.
Yeah, so unfortunately I don't see Suncoast on the scoreboard.
I think after certain members left, the Suncoast team did stop showing up. I don't think they were here last year either. Someone has to reignite the Suncoast programming team.
Yeah, I think
Is your high school on here, Juan?
no, my high school did not have like a programming team of sorts.
Oh, so you got into all of this in high school as well, or in college
In
as well?
college, yeah, I
high
started
school
doing
experience.
competitive programming in college, and then I applied to the programming team here, and I originally did not make it. Actually, I was just showing up as a guest because I didn't make it my first year, and then a spot opened up, and then I made it to the JV team, which is the
So
junior
why don't you
varsity.
talk about our guests, our dev teams, and our varsity team?
Yeah, so the way it works here at UCF is that we have two teams. We have a varsity team and we have a junior varsity team. And the way we decide who's on which team is we have like a local contest, and that's at the beginning of every year. And this local contest is pretty much like a contest like the one we have here.
Very similar to this one.
Yep, where we have like some of the coaches write problems and like even alumni also write problems, and they make a set and then we run a set. But however, this contest is like run individually.
Yes.
So there are not teams, but you do have the computer all to yourself.
Another very special thing about that contest, which is kind of nice in my opinion, is the problems are in sorted order of difficulty. In this, you can tell from the scoreboard, Tyler, the second problem on the set, is one of the least solved problems. So it's definitely not in sorted order. But since there's only one person, it's a little harder to read through all the problems on your own. So at locals, the local contest, we do have it sort of in sorted order.
Yeah, so based off your performance on the local contest, the coaches then decide if you made the varsity team or you made the junior varsity team. The junior varsity team is more catered towards freshmen and sophomore. It kind of gives like students a little dip into the waters of competitive programming. So that's very cool, and it helps them train some of the main concepts of like competitive programming and helps prepare them to potentially in the future make the varsity team, which is our more competitive team. And also they always send a team to NAC each year, and pretty much every year we get a team going to world finals. So that's very cool to see. And can you talk a little bit about the Saturday practices that the team has?
Yeah, so once you make it onto the team, or even if you don't, you can show up as a guest. We will run, I think we talked about this a little bit before, we will simulate previous contests that they've run in like other regions across the world, and we'll just redo those contests and see how we could have done in those. It's like really great practice to see how we'll do at regionals and to see new problems that we can improve on. So yeah, anytime any new region from like Europe or Asia or from like other US regions does a contest, we'll save it. We'll make sure not to look at that. There have been cases where team members have looked at those problems and then a year later they were on the set and so they already knew them, which made it a little bit annoying for the other people competing. But we run mock contests every single week. So it's like very, very intense practice. A 5-hour set every single week. We also do a lecture on the UCF programming team where we'll go over some algorithm or data structure or just problem-solving topic that people think is important that shows up a lot in these contests. So there's a lot of knowledge sharing
And the
goes
cool
on there.
part is that these lectures are actually, for a majority of the part, student-led, and these students on the varsity team come up with concepts to then lecture the rest of varsity about. For example, they could lecture on a concept in math or a specific algorithm in geometry. So there's like a bunch of things that the varsity lectures go over, and that's very cool because it helps not only like the people receiving the lecture, but it also helps the person giving the lecture solidify the concept in their mind. And that's like a cool way to just make sure you actually understand the concept by giving a lecture. So that's very cool.
That's very true. It's very true. It's one of my favorite parts about the programming team here at UCF. All of the knowledge sharing. There's just so many knowledgeable people. When I first came here, the amount of knowledge I gained almost immediately from just all of the other students here was amazing. And most of the stuff we have here is student-led, like Juan was saying. Like even this contest, the students are the ones that make the contest. There are a lot of judges, a lot of professors and coaches that help with like sort of the administration, but all of the problems are written by, all the data is written by, and all the solutions are written by the students.
Yeah, it seems like reading the chat, we actually have an alumni of one of the team that actually was on the UCF program team. We have Blake
Gassman.
We had a nickname for him. We called him BG. So it's cool to see that we have former alumni in our chat watching the stream.
Tuning in.
Yeah, that's very cool to see.
Blake Gassman, hell of a great guy, a really great guy all around.
Yeah, he was actually on the junior varsity team and then later went on to go on the varsity team as well. So that's very cool. Yeah, a lot of our junior varsity members end up trying out for the varsity team and making it. But as we mentioned, the varsity team is very competitive. So there are instances where we might not necessarily graduate all of our junior varsity members to varsity because there are only limited spots that show up. So it is super competitive.
That's true. It differs by year.
Yep, and you do have to practice and to make sure that like you do make varsity. It's not just like it's not very trivial to make varsity. You do have to practice and at least put some effort into it.
It feels like it's been getting more and more competitive over the years almost. Or there's certain years where it's easier than others. It probably has to do with when members of the team graduate. We'll have like a lot of members graduate at the same time sometimes, like bulk differences. Sometimes there'll be years when almost no one graduates, and so no free spots on varsity open up. So it gets very, very competitive for the people on JV.
Yeah, it kind of comes in waves. Like you'll have some years, where a lot of people graduate, and then it's then easier to make varsity because a lot of the seniors graduate. We actually also have a current team member in the chat, Sachin Sivakumar, which was Tyler's teammate. He was actually supposed to join us on the stream, but his flight got delayed, and he unfortunately couldn't make it. So that was very unfortunate to hear, but good to see him in the chat.
He was attending a hackathon in Washington. I wasn't able to get back in time.
Yeah, a lot of our team members not only just do competitive program, they also do internships and hackathons and all this. Like being on the UCF programming team not only just like allows you to get good at competitive program, but it also gives you an avenue to then get internships, go do hackathons, and improve your just problem solving ability in general.
That's true. I do know you had a lot of experience with opportunities like that. Do you want to tell people about the opportunities you've had thanks to the programming team, Juan?
Yeah, so I would say that like being on the programming team has like helped me a lot in not only just like giving me, I guess, some experience in programming and being able to put that on my resume, but also just like giving me the ability to both communicate and also solve problems. As I mentioned, like being on a team of 3, you have to communicate with your team members. So like it's kind of similar, like talking to a potential employer or an interviewer. Like you're gonna have to communicate your ideas, and you have to make sure you do that in like a concise way and like make sure it's very clear. So just having that ability and skill is very important, and that like allowed me to interview at like big tech companies. And after I graduate, which I'm graduating end of this semester, I actually secured a full-time offer to work at one of these big tech companies. So that's
very exciting.
I actually I attribute a lot of my success in like working at internships at because of the UCF programming team. My ability to solve like technical problems on interviews and just like be able to communicate. A lot of the reason why I can do that is because of the programming team here at UCF.
That's true, yeah. So to be more clear about that, at a lot of these big tech companies, like FANG companies, their interview process will pretty much just be problems like this, competitive programming problems. They usually have multiple rounds, like where you do one online and then one in person discussing the problem with someone else. So these competitive programming competitions can be really great practice for doing those interviews because it's like exactly the same style of problems. There are slight differences, but like these problems go over a lot of the same data structures, algorithms, techniques that they do in these interviews.
Yeah, not to cut you off, but we actually now have our second team with 8 problems solved. We have Spanish River High School. That's one that was being mentioned in the chat earlier. They have now solved Or Else with only 1 submission.
They were already in second, or were they in second? It looks like Doral might have been.
I think they were in
before.
second actually.
And so now they've just secured second place a little bit more.
Yeah, that puts them in that 1 problem range of the first academy. So that's very cool to see. We're actually coming up on the 2-hour mark. So basically the halfway point of the contest, as our contest is 4 hours.
Yes, and it's been 120 minutes into the contest now. So we do know Spanish River. So the penalty points are based on exactly the minutes. So if you solve a problem at 5 minutes, you'll get 5 penalty points, plus like all the penalty points you get from wrong answers. So if Spanish River solves 1 problem, they would be at 398, which would not put them above First Academy. So they definitely need at least 2 problems if they want to overcome First Academy now. So they need to solve 10 problems to get that first place. It's gonna be tough.
Yeah. But I guess solving another problem would put them very clearly ahead in terms of penalty points.
It would make it very difficult for someone to take second.
Yep, it would make it very difficult because a team would then have to solve 2 more problems to then reach them and also make sure they get like low penalty points. And potentially a team might now have to be forced to solve 10 problems to then pass them.
Yes, and they could still get there's still 2 solved problems that Spanish River has not gotten. So they could get both Tyler and then Flowers and still make it up to first.
Yeah, we also have some people in the chat mentioning that they're watching. Sachin said that he's watching from DC, which is where
he got trapped.
Yeah, and then we also have David watching from SF. Seems that
that's my roommate.
San Francisco, California. He was also an alumni of the UCF programming team.
That's true.
So it seems like we have a lot of alumni in the chat. And I can guarantee that each one of them would talk about like how much the team has, I guess, impacted their career in a good way.
Every single person I've met from the team has had a lot of benefits to their career from their experience here.
Yeah, it seems like we are now reaching that 2-hour mark. We're going to take a break and then we'll come back with an interview of another one of their judges.
Yes, and it'll be Juan interviewing this time.
Yep. All right. Let's take that break. We'll see you guys in a second.
We'll be right back.
And we're back. We're here with
Aga.
yeah, and she was actually one of the problem authors for today's HSPT. Do you want to introduce yourself?
So my name is Aga. I am a varsity member this year. Last year, I'm a junior varsity, my first year at UCF. After having like
So
very...
you're a sophomore?
Yes, I'm a sophomore. This is my second year here. Yeah, I had like very little experience of competitive programming before, but I put in a lot of work my junior varsity year and I made varsity. the
Yeah,
year
so
before.
by little experience with competitive programming, did you like I guess even like do any competitive programming in high school?
Not
or-
really, no. I solved a couple problems on like random online judges, but I didn't know what I was doing at all. So
Yeah, I guess so. I guess it just shows that like someone who doesn't have a lot of experience can then try out for junior varsity and then
Yeah.
eventually move up to varsity.
yeah, as long as you know like the basic like syntax programming stuff, a lot of the problem solving that you need to do, especially for junior varsity, is approachable, especially if you have a strong background in math, which is what helped me. I did do some competitive math in high school, which I think helped me get the fourth problem my first locals year, which is what got me the spot on junior varsity.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of people who do competitive programming used to have like a background in competitive math.
Yeah.
So that's cool to see that correlation in I guess competitiveness. I guess you mentioned that you were on JV last year. Did you do HSPT last year?
Yeah, I was also a judge. I didn't have any problems on the set, but have some. But I did like write solutions, verify, and just like was overall involved in the process. I found it a lot of fun, so I'm a judge again this year.
Yeah. I guess do you want to talk about the problem that you wrote and like maybe give us some or like what's it called?
Yeah.
Which one is it?
I wrote witches, which is actually the problem that everyone has solved at this point, which is good. I wrote it specifically to be easier. I wanted, the difficulty of the problem was meant so that everyone could solve it, because just so everyone has something to work on and get something accepted. The problem statement, essentially the problem statement, there are three witches, they're making a potion, and they have some sort of number of ingredients, but they can only successfully make the potion if each of the witches places the same number of ingredients into the cauldron. So you're given the number, and so you want to check if it's divisible by 3, because if it's divisible by 3, then there's some number X that of
Yeah, you can
ingredients
split
that
it up
everyone
into
can
the-
split it. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
And I guess maybe do you want to talk about like what inspired you to write this type of problem? Like how you came up with like the story behind it and like
Yeah.
I guess the name of it and the actual problem itself.
Yeah, just like the flavor text was just inspired by Macbeth. I don't know what like sparked the connection in my brain, but I was like, oh, I could make a problem using the witches from Macbeth, because then I could have like some like rhymes in the flavor text, just like take some quotes from the play and then like add a little bit more onto it and make it like a little bit more interesting.
Yeah.
So that was the main. I don't remember like exactly how I brainstormed like the specifics of the problem. I think I was meaning to make a harder problem at first, but then I decided no, let's make this problem easier. Let's also, especially since that way it has a greater chance of being on the set, because a lot of people tend to write harder problems because they're more interesting for us to like write and solve and think about. But we are not like targeting people with only competitive programming experience. We're targeting everyone who wants to come to HSPT.
Yeah. There's a lot of people that come to the contest not like and it being like their first contest, so that's very understandable. And I guess like when you came up with this problem, I guess like what was the process of then like writing about it and then like getting it all the way onto the set? Like, can you I guess go into a little bit of detail about that?
The way we make the set is people write problems and add them to like a big spreadsheet of proposed problems, in which you have like the problem name and also like some like extra information, like what type of problem is it, and it's like expected difficulty. And then like we all read through all the problems, we send in our initial votes, and from there we discuss and vote on which problems exactly will make the set. We also use the same problem pool to make the online set, which takes place in December. I
Yeah,
believe.
later this year in December.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we also like keep that in mind when voting for problems. It's like if this problem would be okay, good for the in-person set, but even better for the online set, we might save it. But was generally just like agreed to be a good problem for easier problem for in-person set. So
Yeah, speaking of, do you have any problems written in the online?
yeah, I
Could
have
you
a
speak-
problem on the online set. So.
That's cool. Yeah. And I guess I know you might be biased towards your problem, but
Yeah.
like I guess other than your problem, do you have like a favorite problem in the set?
Let me think.
You don't necessarily have to go into detail about the problem,
Yeah.
but give like a general overview on maybe why it's your favorite or
I
something like
made
that.
data for Doodle, and I really enjoyed making data for that, so I'm a little biased towards that. It was fun because just like trying to figure out how exactly to break cases that would be too slow, how I could generate that randomly was a fun challenge. I also like the geometry for sublet. It's from competitive math. I do like geometry and stuff.
Yeah, so would
Yeah.
you say that like geometry is like one of your better suits skills?
Generally, I'm still pretty much like a generalist when it comes to like solving problems, but I do enjoy geometry problems. And
Yeah, we have like people who like specialize in like
Yeah.
specific areas, and then we have people who are just like all around
yeah,
solid.
I'm generally just like try to like have a good baseline for everything.
Yeah, and I guess I don't think we mentioned it. What team are you on this year?
UCF synchronized.
Synchronized, and I guess who's on your team, and I guess how did you come up with that name?
And my teammates are Vlad and Leonard. They're also from our junior varsity year. We all made varsity. The team name follows the theme of reserved keywords in programming language. We just came up with synchronized because it sounded cool, but
That does sound pretty cool. Yeah.
Although it's kind of funny because we tend to be very asynchronized. At least one of us is late to a lot of things.
Oh,
So
yeah.
that's someone sometimes being me.
Yeah, that tends to be the case
Yeah.
with teams of 3. Yeah, it's hard to coordinate on some things.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really cool. I guess other than that, do you have any predictions on, do you think like the entire problem set will end up being solved, or do you think that like there might be a team that, I guess, do you think that there'll be no teams that solve the entire set?
I don't think there will be a set solve. I think a lot of people are going to really struggle with Dark. It's a hard problem because it involves a lot of just like parts and like very prone to bugs. I know
Yeah.
my solution, I had a debug for a while when we ran the contest as a mock just to, make sure to test everything.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. That's
yeah.
very, yeah, a lot of, I guess, problems might seem potentially easier when it comes, but like there might be a lot of implementation things and like
Yeah.
bugs that can come up along the way.
Yeah.
You mentioned that you did some of the data for Doodle. Is that
Yes,
correct?
I made the data for Doodle.
Can you, I guess, like talk about like what goes into the process of making data for a problem, like not specifically Doodle, but like just in general, like
Yeah.
how you, I guess, come up with cases or like, I guess, do
Yeah.
all that and all.
Well, generally, first you have to solve the problem, figure out how you could actually solve the problem, not only to actually generate your data, but you also need to figure out how not to solve a problem and try to break that. Because if you come up with a wrong solution because it's like either too slow or it just like fails on a certain test case, you need to like catch that in your data, because when you're judging solutions, you're not going to be looking at the code and making sure it's doing the right thing. You're going to just be running a whole bunch of data on it to track
Yeah.
it. So generally the first step is solving the problem wrong.
So with this like
Yeah.
correct solution, you have like something to fall back and make sure the data is correct.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying.
Yes.
I see.
Yes. And then Henry just like you make both some cases by hand
Okay.
just for looking for specific things, but also a lot randomly generated that I typically just like have like functions with like just like some parameters. Like I want to generate a random test case, but I want this variable to be really big, but this one really small. So I set that up and I manually like say in what range I want everything. So and I generate a whole bunch of test cases for that.
So it's like a kind of like a mix between like
Yeah.
handwritten cases versus like randomly generated with some
Yeah.
balance and some variables. So that's cool, just to make sure you cover like a lot of cases
Yeah.
and make sure you do, I guess, like test the contestant's solution like to its limits of the
Yeah.
problem. So that's very cool to see. I guess, I mean, it was cool having you on the stream. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. All right. I will be right back with Quinn, and we'll also talk about the updates in the scoreboard. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me.
And we're back.
All right, welcome back.
All right, so let's talk about what's happened since our interview. It seems like the First Academy has solved one more problem.
Another dark green.
That's a dark green on neologism.
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 However you say it.
Yeah, it seems they got a dark green. They are one of 4 teams that have attempted this problem, but the only one that has solved it so far.
There's only one problem left in the set that hasn't been solved by any team.
Yep, that's
that
a
is
good
dark.
statistic. As Aga mentioned, dark is one of the problems that has a lot of like moving parts to it, so it might take teams a bit longer, or especially like it might take them some time to implement the solution. They might have the solution in their mind, but it might take them a while to then write it all down
Yes.
and like make sure it's bug free.
That was the one written by Tyler Marks earlier.
Yep.
Oh, what a troublemaker, making a problem this hard.
Yep, and it actually we have we didn't mention this earlier, but Spanish River High School was second place, and they were now passed by Freedom High School.
Oh, wow, look at
They
that.
solved 2 problems to bring them up to 9th.
Oh, you might want to refresh there.
It seems like, as I was saying, that Spanish River High School solves their 9th problem.
They
get
heard
the-
us.
They get the second solve on neologism.
Look at that.
Neologism, and that brings us to second place. Yeah, we had.
Freedom High School now has the most penalty points of any team in the contest.
Yeah.
Which makes sense. Usually the people with the most penalty points tend to be the people towards like the top of the scoreboard, because they're actually, you get penalty points per problem you solve.
Yep, and as we mentioned before, you don't get penalty points if you if you haven't solved the problem yet.
Exactly.
You only accumulate those penalty points once you do get that correct submission.
That means it'll be difficult though for Freedom High School to overcome Spanish River First Academy, because even when they get their next problem, they'll probably still be behind on penalty points.
Yep, that means they would probably have to solve 2 problems to pass them and get that
They
first place
definitely
spot.
have to
Yeah.
pass First Academy.
Seems like we now almost have 5 teams with 8 problems. We have Doral Academy and Freedom High School in 3rd and 4th place, respectively. And we now have 7 teams with actually 7 problems or more.
Wow,
That's a
look
cool
at
statistic.
that. 7 teams with 7.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of these teams were able to, I guess, get over that big hurdle of that next problem, the medium difficulty problem, as
Looks
we always
like,
talk
and
about.
another, oh yeah, that's right.
And they were able to get their 7th problem.
Very, very exciting.
Yeah, it seems like we have actually 70 teams that have solved 2 problems or more. So that's a very cool statistic. All these teams are doing their best trying.
It would be amazing if every team could walk away with 2 problems.
Yep, that would mean 2 balloons
Two
to bring back
balloons.
home. Yep. And that's
I know there also are some teams that only have 2 people. So I wonder if
Oh, that's very true.
one of those teams is going to get 1 balloon each. That would
Yeah.
be nice.
Yeah, even though we do have, even though like the contest is like teams of 3, I'm pretty sure the wording is up to 3. So as you mentioned, we do technically still have like teams of 2 who might not have like a third member that can join them for the contest, but we still do allow them to compete as a team of 2.
Yeah, most teams do try to get that third member. Having the third member, even if they only know math and
Yep.
aren't too good at programming, is still really helpful to have. Just an extra person to think through things with,
Yeah,
an extra brain to do some problem solving.
and also just like reading through the set, it might take them a while to read through the set as 2 people. If you have 3 people, you can have 1 person read from the beginning, 1 person read from the back, and then maybe potentially a third person read from the middle.
That's true, some
That
extra
way-
coverage.
Yep, that
Even
way.
if they couldn't code, they could at least tell that it's a very simple
Yeah,
problem.
you can like help tell your teammates, hey, I think this one's easier. You should take a look at this, and that could save them extra time, which is extra penalty points, which could potentially be extra placements in the scoreboard.
That's right. Having that third person definitely is helpful. The marginal utility, right, decreases with number of people. But it's usually better to have that third person than not have.
Yeah, I'm sure like potentially having 10 people might be a bit of a problem.
That might be a negative
There's
value.
actually a saying, you can't you might have too many
Too many cooks in the kitchen.
too many cooks in the kitchen, but there definitely is some benefit to having a third person on the team. Especially like if you guys have different skill sets, one might be suited towards more math, one might be suited towards more strings problems, and one might be like arrays or like other types of problems. So it's good to have like a different, like basically have like a team that spans a lot of categories. That way you'll be able to tackle any problem that comes up.
Very true, very true.
Yeah, it seems like we do have a lot of Freedom High School fans, so that's cool to see. They are currently in 3rd place with 9 problems solved. We only have 3 teams right now with 9 or more problems solved, so that's very cool. I am interested to see if Timber Creek High School will maintain this like only team that solved Tyler for the rest of the set. That would be very impressive since
That
they
would be
did-
shocking. To get a problem in the first 30 minutes that no one else gets.
Yep, since are the only team that has solved this problem, that would be insane.
That's a massive flex.
Yep, that'd be very cool statistic. As we do get to the later half of this contest, it really comes down to there's no like specific next problem that shows up, like slime and flowers or else. Both of these problems have like similar number of solves, and it pretty much just comes down to what the team is good at and what problems they started working on first.
That's true.
Not necessarily like there might not be an easy, like quote unquote easier problem, but it might just come down to team composition, what problems they're good at, what problems they solve first, what problems they want to prioritize in solving.
And I'm not sure if this just happened, but we did have a second team attempt Tyler. This is the first time we've had another team even attempt this problem, but they did unfortunately get wrong answer. Freedom High School number 2.
Yeah, it seems that they have been attempting multiple problems, but are unfortunately not able to get a correct submission on these. And as we mentioned before, getting a correct submission could give you a lot of momentum into the next problems, and getting a wrong submission can sometimes
Be very demotivating, but you've got to
Demotivating.
power through.
Yeah.
A lot of the time it is as simple as fixing a one character bug. I've had several of those where you just had one single character in your code that was off, and as soon as you change it, you get AC.
Yeah, a lot of this, you might not think it might just be all brains, but a lot of it does come down to if you can stay like mentally focused and I guess not get demotivated and like tilted on like potentially like wrong answers, and things of that sort.
Yep, and I'd also like to mention we're running out of dark greens. There's only one last team that can even get a dark green on dark. It's kind of ironic, isn't it?
Yeah.
The last dark green is problem dark.
Yeah, and that's not even necessarily the last dark green. There could be no solves on that problem.
That's true. It might not be the last. That would be unfortunate if not a single team solved. I'm sure First Academy is probably going to have, they have an hour and a half now just to work on these two problems.
Yep.
I wonder which one they're working on right now.
I'm
It
sure
could be
they're
Tyler.
looking at Tyler since they can see that Timber Creek High School did solve. We're also approaching that 3-hour mark, which starts our 1-hour freeze, as we talked about earlier, where the other teams won't be able to see what other teams have
Then
submitted.
we'll only be able to see submissions. We won't be able to see who actually got them right.
That is correct. All right, I'm actually going to get one of our other interviewers. Do you want to stay on here and talk about the updates on the scoreboard? I can get
Sure, I'll keep watch, see if
okay.
anything new happens.
I'll get Thomas Meeks, who actually wrote some of the problems. All right, good luck, man.
Oh, and it looks like we had another big solve. Is that Spanish River? Who just solved this problem? 227. It was Doral Academy solving flowers. So that put them above a Freedom High School. Like I was saying, Freedom High School, they're doing very well right now, but since they do have the most penalty points, a lot of other teams might be coming in and solving problems after them and then placing ahead of them. They could be moving down, even among people who tied with them just because of penalty points. So they're probably going to need to solve another problem to secure their spot at the top of the scoreboard. And now Doral Academy is also competing for first. Since they do have too many penalty points, they will also have to get 2 problems in order to beat First Academy. But if they get another problem, then they can still get second and beat Spanish River High School, at which point they'll pretty much be neck and neck. The penalty point difference isn't too huge. Oh, I wonder which problem they're going after now. I'm sure Spanish River is looking at flowers, since they've already solved neologism, one of the hardest problems on the set. Very, very exciting developments. And now we have sort of a wall here, a gap, with 4 teams that have solved 9 problems and the rest solving less than 8. No one has solved 8 problems. We might be getting one pretty soon, especially from Timber Creek High School, because they still haven't solved one of the easier problems, slime. I'm sure they're working on it right now, though they also have a wrong answer on flowers. I'm sure they're working parallel like a lot of these teams do on both problems at the same time. We could be seeing them get 2 problems all at once, and then they would also probably move ahead of Freedom High School with 703 penalty points. It's very possible. Depends on how many wrong answers they get on their own submissions. They've got to be very careful to make sure that they don't get too many penalty points here, because it's probably going to be right down to the wire. A lot of teams very close, neck and neck. On the other side of the scoreboard, we also have Jupiter High School and Atlantic Community High School, both trying to get their second solve. It looks like Atlantic Community High School has 3 different problems that they're trying to solve, all of which are very well. It looks like flowers might be a little bit tough for them to go after. Is that flowers or is it slime? Slime. They're going after slime. All 3 of these I'd say are definitely doable. They're going after meat and confusion, but they don't have any wrong answers on chaos yet. I wonder if they're working on that one right now and they still are trying to get the samples to pass. It's interesting that they chose to go after slime before they went after chaos. A lot of the time, you sort of have to use this scoreboard to your advantage to find which problem might be the best one to work on. Though that being said, sometimes it's good to ignore the scoreboard too, like First Academy going after neologism, or like Timber Creek going after Tyler despite no one else solving it yet. Sometimes there's just things that you specialize on. All right, and it looks like we're back with Thomas Meeks, so I'll give it up for him.
All right. Let me make sure it's in webcam view.
It's still on. I don't think we stopped.
Let me put it on webcam view. All right. And here we have Thomas Meeks, one of the problem authors.
Hello.
All right. Hey, Thomas, thanks for joining us. Could you tell us a little bit about yourself and your experience on the team?
Yeah. I have been on the team. Okay, you gotta help me out here. 3
This is
years,
your third
like
year.
third year in the team. Yeah, I joined the team. So like, my senior year of high school was like when I got into competitive programming. I went to HSPT. During HSPT, like they advertised the summer institute that UCF runs, like the SI camp for competitive programming. And then when I was going to the SI camp is when I like really got this idea of like, okay, I should join, like I should try to do the UCF programming team, like try to make it. And so like between like my, I guess the end of high school and like that summer, I like practiced a bit to try to like make the JV team. Then my first year, I made JV, practiced during my JV year, made the varsity next year, and then this is my second year on varsity. So yeah.
Yeah, I remember that first year you were practicing more than pretty much anyone else I saw. You're putting a lot of work into it. It was very impressive.
I mean, it's kind of what you got to do. Like, more practice, better. You get better if you practice more.
And now I'd say you're now one of the most knowledgeable people on the team. You were actually the person, I mentioned your team earlier. I don't know if you heard me.
Oh, goodness.
That's the team that got a full solve at the regional contest in the college competition.
Yeah.
But
yeah, we
why don't you tell us about that?
I mean, that was a great experience. It was it's like, we even before going into the contest, there's this like philosophy that's kind of said like, hey, at regionals, like this is when like you put in all this effort of training and practice, right? Like try your very best, work until the last minute, right? Like there's 5 minutes left. You just a seat on a problem. There's 10 minutes left to contest. You're still trying to get another one, even if it like seems ridiculous, right? Like you're looking for like, is there an easy solution that I've just missed, right? Is there something that I could code quickly? Like you're like, preaching this philosophy of like, absolutely try your best. The contest is not over until like 5 minutes after it's over, right? Like you gotta keep trying. And then, and we're going into the contest with this philosophy, and then you do this contest,
And
right?
then it's actually over.
And it's actually over, and like we finished with like 45 minutes left, and it was very like surreal experience because we were in a situation where like a lot of our I guess you could say future regarding like if we're going to move on to the next competition is no longer in our control.
It was out of your hands.
It was out of our hands because like there were teams, a specific team that still had the potential to and ended up like placing higher than us, right? But like at that moment we had about 45 minutes left of contest. We had finished the entire set, which
45 minutes. I didn't realize it was that long.
it was like and we were in a situation where we're like there was nothing for us to do, and yet we had to just like sit there in like panicking and not panicking and being like, okay, what do we do? Like because they're like the results of this contest were completely now on the other teams, and that was like
true. It's a very fun experience,
incredibly weird,
but also a very stressful one in a lot of ways, right? Which is why we do try to make these contests so there's no team that will actually perfect solve it too early, and they're just left waiting for other teams to potentially beat them with nothing left to do.
and like that's it like it looks like it's possible that teams will solve
It is
like perfect
possible.
solve this year. It's like kind of difficult to really gauge the skill of the people participating, and two, really gauge the difficulty of the problems they write. Like a lot of times you can write a problem, you can think it's really easy because you wrote it, you came up with the idea, it's gonna be easy to you, right? And then you find out like, oh, actually that idea is not so simple to like see from the outside. Or you can have like the exact opposite experience. We've had
Yes.
problems where The entire team is like, yep, this is a 5, this is a hard. There was a very good example of this. There was a problem called UHC from a few years ago. We labeled it 5. We thought it was going to be one of the hardest problems on the set, and like 20 teams solved it in the first 30 minutes, right? And so you find out that actually high school is sometimes better than you in some ways.
It's very hard to predict.
So like we try to do a good job of like predicting the difficulty of the problems. I think we do a reasonably good job via just consensus and like wisdom of the masses, right? But there are definitely mistakes that maybe not mistakes, but like we can be off by a little bit. Personally, I think the scoreboard as it is almost exactly in line with what we were expecting. I think some of the top teams are a bit faster than we thought that they would be. But the general like amount of solves and the order of solves is relatively exactly what we were kind of expecting.
That's very good to hear. So what do you think about this set? Did you have any problems that you wrote that made it onto the set this year?
I wrote flowers and
Flowers and slime. So 2 of the harder problems, it looks like.
Yeah, it seems to be.
Not the hardest. Yeah, more of the medium problems. What would you say about these problems? Do you have anything about your process of coming up with them?
Yeah, these are 2 of my favorite problems that I've written. I think they are relatively I don't want to talk too much about the solutions.
Of course.
But like I oftentimes will come up with a problem kind of backwards, where I will think about the general solution that I want the problem to have, the ideas that I want the problem to use, and then kind of go back from that and like build up the problem, maybe abstract them away, hide the idea. These problems, I feel like they kind of just like appeared fully formed, like
Really?
in my head, which is not typically how I would say I read a problem. I could not tell you how or when I came up with either of these. I just went, oh, this is a good idea.
It was prophetic almost.
Yeah. And, a lot of times the other way you kind of come up with problems, I believe probably, if I had to guess, both of these problems are maybe like inspired by some other problem that I've solved of like, okay, I could do this instead, right? So like
We do have a lot of
like a lot of times you will read a problem and you will go, okay, this is a cool problem, but what if this problem gives me an idea for some other problem that is like, change some properties. And they're 2 different problems. It's not like you tend to just be inspired by like other people.
I know
like,
exactly
other problems
what you
that
mean.
you solve.
I'd also like to mention, I think you are the person who comes up with the most problems of like anyone I know. I remember at JV too, you were always thinking about, oh, what if I did this or this other problem? There was even a time when before a contest, you predicted the exact problem that we were going to have on our local contest.
That was an interesting moment. I learned some algorithm called 2-edge connected components. It's a way of like decomposing graphs, and I was doing like research into it, and I asked I asked the team basically like, hey, I have this idea for how I have this idea of a problem that I don't know how to solve. How would I solve this? And then, I was told how to solve it, and then, that prompted a kind of harder version of the problem. And I was like, okay, does that mean that you can use this technique, right? And I'm having this conversation with these alumni who are involved in our local set, and it turns out the entire time, this is like a week before locals, that exact problem that I came up with was one that was like written for locals, right? And I like had learned and I had learned about the algorithm, and I've learned how to basically solve the problem just right before the contest, and that ended up helping me place a fair bit higher than I would have because of that problem. I had a relatively, we'll say, not great performance on that contest, but because of that,
It was one of the harder problems on the set,
Yeah.
whereas you hadn't solved some of the easier ones.
yeah, it was an interesting experience, and it's a very funny scoreboard in retrospect. But like, I think that helps a lot actually. Like constantly coming up with problems, you end up if you're constantly thinking about problems that you would make or like different ideas. I have definitely had multiple times in sets where I have read a problem and gone, oh, I have actually thought about this exact idea and like had already solved it, right? Like just mentally, like just like
I've had
so
those before as well.
that experience is one really funny, and also I do think it like actually helps you in learning and problem solving. Like I think viewing problems like a problem author is generally beneficial in some way, like thinking about how problem authors think, I guess.
Yeah, it's sort of like
problem solving.
what one of our team members, Andy Fan, is saying. Always be coding. ABC, always be coding.
Always be coding, always be thinking, always be problem solving.
Even if you're not at the computer, you could still be thinking about a new problem in your head.
Oh yeah, no, and a lot of the good problems, like a lot of the really good problems for you are not going to be ones that you can like look and solve in a couple minutes. You know, they're the ones that like, you know, you read and now it's like 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 a.m., 4 a.m. and you're like just thinking about it, and it's like now it's getting late. You try to go to bed, you wake up and you're like still this one problem. I've had problems where like, you know, you think about it on a week and you finally get it, and it's like those are some of the most like rewarding experiences because like the more challenging something is, usually it tends to be more rewarding when you solve it. That's why we put challenging problems on these sets, right? Like if we wanted to, we could make every problem easy and, you know, all the teams would solve a bunch of problems, but I think they would actually find that a lot less fun than
I agree.
they would necessarily find solving that one problem that they spent 3 hours on, and like finally getting it.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point to make, I guess.
Yeah, like I've kind of held the opinion that like when I'm doing contests, when I'm practicing, right, for a set to really be good, for me to enjoy a set, it really only needs one
That's very
really,
true.
really good problem.
I completely agree.
Right? Like,
It's especially nice, I think, when multiple people can work together on the same problem, so everyone's involved with one really unique and fun problem.
definitely.
All right. Is there anything else that you wanted to mention
Yeah.
before we go ahead and wrap up?
Go to SI camp.
That's right. Tell us something about SI real quick.
Well, I mean, I've been looking at the scoreboard. I think if scroll, or I guess you can't see the scoreboard now, but I'm like looking at it, seeing a lot of the top performing teams are definitely like have at least one or two people all like prior SI camp attendees or stuff like that, and like maybe you can argue the people who are doing good in these contests are probably also people who would want to go to the camp, but I would also make the claim that the summer camp for like actually getting into competitive programming and really, you know, either learning the basics in the introductory the pages, or getting into more of the advanced stuff to help you with like UCF gold and platinum contests.
That's true.
Or even getting just straight into collegiate level programming, competitive programming. Like I went, you know, I went to SI camp. I thought it was amazing. I think a lot of the people who, you know, are gonna show up to campus at 8 a.m. to do a programming contest probably would also enjoy the camp.
I agree. So let's, I don't think we explained what SI is. So SI is a camp that we host at UCF for high school students, where it's kind of held similarly to how we do our own practices. Where is it every single day for a week, or is it 2 weeks?
So it's about 2 weeks. And it alternates between, so it's a contest like every other day, about 5 contests. There's break days, a universal trip. It's all residential. It's
Universal trip. I didn't know about that.
I think it's usually universal. I don't know if that's like something it's been universal for the times that I've been and seen. And a lot of, and you know, I made quite a few friends at SI camp, people I still talk to today. And basically the idea is, you know, there are lectures, you are learning algorithms and problem solving ideas, and then you're applying those in contests, right? Problems are written for the camp specifically to like let you apply these things that you're learning, and then you can talk to the other campers after the contest, right?
That's
How
true.
did they
It's a
solve
very
the
great
problem?
experience.
And stuff like that. And then I mean, yeah, it's
Yeah,
it's,
so
it's
if
like a
people
full-
enjoy this contest and problem solving and competitive programming in general, they might want to check out SI. Yeah, it's a full camp where you'll learn a lot. And like he was saying, a lot of the people that are doing very well in this contest at the top of the scoreboard are people who competed in SI. So thanks for joining me, Mark.
Thanks, man.
Thomas Meeks.
See you, Quinn.
See you later. All right. And we'll be back with Juan in just a second. All right, and we're back with Juan.
Yep.
And we have some updates on the scoreboard, some very exciting updates.
Yeah, just got back from the interview with Thomas Meeks, right?
Yep.
We have now 2 teams that have solved 10 problems.
2 teams. Spanish River High School sort of solidifies their second place spot. They're only behind by, what is that, 69, 79 penalty points? I missed it. Just scrolled right by. But it's very, very close.
Yeah, it seems like the First Academy is solidly in first place with around 70 penalty points. But however, as we mentioned, like problems at the end of the day, the problem solved is the key tiebreaker. So it seems like if Spanish River High School does get the 11th problem, that would put them in first place over.
Very exciting. It's a race for dark, and no one has gotten dark yet still, right? It is the problem to be had. And once again, still no other submissions on Tyler.
Yeah, it seems like these teams have, I guess they believe that they cannot solve this problem and are thus now working on other problems. It's a good strategy. If you think that you potentially might not be able to solve this problem, you just like work on other problems in the meantime. That way you can, I guess, have your subconscious work on it in the background.
That's very true. Though it looks like these 2 teams at the top are running out of other problems. They might have to look at Tyler pretty soon.
Yeah, I mean, these 2 teams only have Tyler and Dark to look at. So I'm sure they have some people looking at Tyler and some people looking at Dark to see if they can come up with like ideas for both of these problems.
Yeah, and I'll just say it's kind of fun to look down at the scoreboard and just see the right half with Doodle and Slime. There's a lot of wrong answers, two very tricky problems it looks like.
Yeah, there's like a clear streak of red if you see on Doodle and Slime. So it seems like all of these teams are attempting these problems, but are unfortunately missing a couple of key things.
But there are a lot of teams that have gotten several wrong answers and then still gotten it right. Like the team in third place right now had 4 submissions before they got their correct verdict on Doodle.
Yep,
So it's still very possible for you to get it, even after your 4th wrong answer.
that is very correct. We have, and that's
let's
Doral
go ahead and,
Academy in third place. Maybe we should take a look at what actually Dark is at the problem Dark.
Yes, I think Tyler Marks talked about Dark earlier.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
a very
Let's
interesting
look at
problem.
that more in depth. Yeah, from the initial first thoughts, it seems like we have like some geometrical shapes.
Some geometry.
Yep. So that seems to be a part of this problem. Do you want to potentially read the problem?
Sure. So I'll just summarize it. You pretty much have a bunch of circles, or not circles, but you have points that are going to create circles. And you want to find the smallest radius so that all of those circles together will contain a line segment that is somewhere else. It's like a path that is somewhere in the coordinate plane. All those circles need to contain that line segment. Sort of a tricky
So this line
geometry
segment
problem.
has to be like within every circle.
Yes, and it's one of the tricky parts is it's not just integer values, so you can't just test them. As you can see in the second sample input, one of the radii is 2.69258240. Very precise.
So we're printing out a real number, not necessarily an integer.
Exactly, and that might be one of the things that makes this problem so intimidating. You have to be exactly correct.
I see. Yeah, that could make things more difficult because some teams might be getting close to the answer, but they might not be within that absolute or relative error of 10 to the negative 4.
Yep. Actually, to be clear, you don't need to get exactly correct. You need to get it very, very close, though. There are problems where you do need to get it exactly correct, but this is not one of them.
Yeah, typically with these geometry problems, you do have operations which require decimals and real numbers, and thus the solution you will have to output within some bound of the actual answer, and it's not necessarily have to be like exact.
Yep, that's very true. Though there are problems sometimes they'll give you where you have to give your answer as a fraction with 2 integers. So there's actually no error, no room for error whatsoever. It has to be exactly correct, no decimals. Those problems are a little bit trickier sometimes.
Yeah, even though we do have to output a real number, we are given our input as integers, so we do have to manipulate these integers in some way to then get this minimum radius.
That's right.
Yeah, it seems like also some of the story in this problem talks about an elephant and trying to capture a golden peanut.
Do you know about the deal with elephants?
No, I remember last year our HSPT kind of mascot or logo involved elephants, so it seems like some of that has carried on into this year, snuck its way in. So that's interesting to see.
That's right.
Our team loves our elephants.
Tyler Marks himself, the person who wrote this problem, Dark, is a huge fan of elephants.
Yeah, he loves putting elephants in those problems.
All right. It's interesting to see because the 2 problems written by Tyler Marks were Dark and Confusion. It's kind of ironic that he wrote both one of the hardest problems on the set and one of the easiest. He had a full range there.
As we mentioned before, Freedom High School had a lot of penalty points. They had 9 problems solved, but they had around 700 penalty points. But
gonna be very difficult.
they were in third place. But as we mentioned, penalty points do matter a lot. So there was a team that ended up passing them.
And quick update, now they have more penalty points. They just solved another problem.
Yeah, I guess it's a commentator's curse, but not even
That's
a curse.
crazy.
It's like a commentator's
Blessing.
blessing.
There you go.
Yep.
As soon as we talk about the team, they get another problem.
And we are nearing that 3-hour mark where we do get that scoreboard freeze.
So we won't be able to see whether they got this problem. Oh, and look at that. The problem that they solved was Tyler. Is that correct?
Yep. So this is their second team that has solved Tyler. So that's very cool to see. We will probably now see more teams attempt Tyler, as the scoreboard now has 2 teams that have solved this. So indicating that it might be more approachable than previously thought.
Yes. As soon as you see, well, once one team solves it and no one else does, it's still intimidating. But as soon as 2 people solve it, everyone really wants to get that problem.
Yep. And we still have yet to see any submissions on Dark, if I am reading the scoreboard correctly.
No submissions. That's right.
So it seems like Dark is making these teams work
That's
to
right.
get that set solved.
We'll definitely see some submissions soon, but we won't be able to see the answers once it freezes. It's so
Yep,
a
we
bit
are
frustrating.
T minus 3 minutes towards the actual scoreboard freeze. And as we mentioned before, it'll be an hour where teams won't be able to see what other teams have gotten correct on their submissions. And also with the scoreboard, we won't be able to see what other teams have solved. It will just be the teams knowing if their submission was correct. It will be, I guess, closed off to their own team. Like, they will be able to see if their submission was correct or wrong, but they won't be able to know if like another team like in the same room will be able to if they got the same
Exactly,
problem
that's right.
correct.
And to be clear, we also won't be giving them any balloons in the last hour, unfortunately. I'm not sure if we give them balloons for problems they solved after the contest. Do you know about that?
I'm not sure. I know that like balloons can be kind of like an indicator of the solved problem, because we do hand out balloons if they do solve the problem, but as we mentioned, we do want to keep it suspenseful for the actual contest resolution, which is done like around 2 hours or so after the actual contest end. So that will be, I guess, very cool to see and exciting, seeing which team actually won, because I'm sure these teams in the top 5 will all have submissions. So
Yeah, we have a-
it's pretty much anyone's race.
Yeah, we have a very suspenseful sort of viewing party at the award ceremony where we go from the bottom of the scoreboard and we'll show the people who had submissions queued and whether or not they got them correct. And then if they do, they'll go back up to the top, and then we'll just keep going from the bottom, so you can slowly create the scoreboard until you get to the top and you can see who won the entire thing. I do believe people get their balloons eventually. I think after the contest at the award ceremony, they might end up getting them.
Yeah, I'm not too sure.
I think they get their balloons.
That would kind of suck for a team to get like 1 to 2 problems in the last hour and not get any balloons for that.
It really
Especially if it's a color that they really like.
Or if it's one of these teams as well that has 2 problems solved and they want that 3rd balloon so each one can have one.
Yeah, true. Or yeah, if they have like an odd number of balloons, they want to make it divisible by 3.
Yeah, there you go. Divisible by 3.
Yeah.
There you go.
So it seems like we're about to hit that scoreboard freeze, so we'll start to see blue submissions, which basically mean that a team has submitted on this problem, but we won't know whether or not they actually got an AC or not.
Yeah, and it's probably good to mention Freedom High School, since they did get that problem with no wrong answers. They got problem Tyler with 0 wrong answers, unlike the first team to get that problem, which had 2 wrong answers, or 1 wrong answer. So
Yeah,
it
seems
did
like-
give them a little bit of a boost in terms of penalty points, but they're still at the top of penalty points, so it's going to be tough. I think they are going to have to solve more problems than anyone else in order to be at the top, from the looks of it.
Yeah, by boost, I think Quinn basically means that like they didn't accumulate more penalty points than they would have if they had gotten like a wrong submission.
Exactly, because now if some other team gets wrong answers, then it will push them a little bit further down and give them a better chance.
Yeah, it seems like we now have,
Right before
the scoreboard freeze, we have gotten another team that has 10 problems.
we wouldn't have known if they got it right if they did just 1 minute later, but since they did, now we know that
we
they have
have-
11 problems
Yeah,
solved
look,
going into the
The
freeze.
first academy has solved Tyler at the 3 hour mark. So
There you go.
right before this freeze.
So now, in order for Freedom High School to win this, they would need to solve every problem in the set. We know that conclusively at this point.
Yep, because of the penalty points associated with
And
each
what
problem.
about Spanish River? Can we do the math there? It's 180 plus 580. So they would also have to solve every problem in the set in order to beat the First Academy from the looks of it.
Yeah, it seems like we're starting to get our first submissions in this final hour. We have West Boca Raton Community High School submitting on Sublet. They're a team that has 4 problems currently, so we won't be able to figure out if they did get that problem until the contest resolution.
Funny that now in the 3rd hour mark, people started solving Tyler. So that means that Timber Creek was just about 6 times ahead of the other 2 teams in terms of solving this problem.
Yeah, it seems like these teams had different priorities on which problems they wanted to solve first.
Very interesting that they got it so fast. And Timber Creek, by the way, the ones who got the dark green on Tyler, it looks like before the freeze, they were working on both slime and flowers. So those 2 problems could push them up to 4th place, depending on penalty points.
That is very true.
All right, and it looks like we have our first submission after the freeze. So this is what submissions, if you look on the scoreboard, is it showing the scoreboard?
No, I can switch to that right
Let's
now.
go ahead and take a look. This is what the scoreboard is pretty much going to look like until the 4th hour.
I think that's actually our second submission. Doral Academy,
It just might be.
their number 13 was the second team that submitted during our freeze. We had another team I mentioned earlier, West Boca Raton Community High School. They had submitted earlier on in the freeze. So they were the first team. They submitted on Sublet, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
And
the
that was
other
their
people submitted
number
on Doodle.
2. That was their number 2 team. All right, let me switch so we can show the scoreboard.
So now no one will change places on this score, but they might still see their own progress.
Yeah, just to clarify, these blue submissions on the scoreboard signify that a team has submitted on it, but we do not know the status of the submission. So we're left in the dark for this last hour until the
can-
scoreboard resolution.
You can sort of analyze a little bit though, because if you see that someone submits, we will see the number of submits on each problem.
Yes, you can see the number of submissions for each team on a
Yes.
specific problem.
And usually the first submit is the strongest. So if you see someone submit once and then they don't submit again for the rest of contest, you can usually speculate that they probably had good luck on that problem. But you can never be sure.
Yep, the last hour, a lot of it is speculation on to which, like, if a team has solved the problem, especially like, because it could also be the case that they solved the submitted and got incorrect submission and then decided to give up on that problem and work on a different problem in the last hour.
That's
So
true.
these are all different cases that could happen. So
I've also seen, I don't recommend this because it will give you penalty points, but I've seen people submit on a bunch of problems as soon as the freeze starts just to psych out other teams so that they think that they've solved more problems than they have. There's no real purpose to that, but people have fun.
yeah, I think
sometimes.
there's a bit of a psychological aspect of that to make teams, I guess, send them down a different rabbit. Like if for example, there's like a problem that like seems really hard, a team might submit on that, knowing they might not necessarily have the solution for that, which could cause other teams to start looking at that and maybe potentially waste their time. So I guess there is some like aspect of like, I guess like trying to throw teams off in
But
that
then
way.
it's a risk because if they do solve that problem eventually, then they'll get extra penalty points just
Yes,
because they're
that is
pulling
true.
a psychological play.
Yeah, so there's like that aspect of, I guess, knowing and like not knowing.
And it still looks like none of the top 10 teams have submitted anything, so there's probably not going to be any changes. Though, Doral, could they be top 10? No, they still could not, even if they get this problem right. So top 10 remains unchanged since the freeze.
Yeah, so since there, I guess, hasn't been much change, and I guess we won't know the status of these submissions, do you want to get Nick up for our next interview?
Yeah, I'll go and get Nick, and we'll have Juan interview them.
All right, that sounds good.
Be right back.
I will also be right back. We'll be right back with the stream. And we're back. Here we have Nick. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Nick. I'm a varsity team member here. I just got my first year on the team was last year as junior varsity member. Yeah,
Are you a
couple
sophomore or?
I am a sophomore. Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess do you want to talk about your experience with competitive programming? I guess what's your role on HSPT? Like, did you write a problem?
Yeah, I wrote a couple problems this year. Sublet and Meet in the Middle, which are two of sort of the easier problems on the set. Meet is definitely one of the easier ones. It's almost solved by everybody.
Yeah, I
at
think we
this
saw
point.
it has a lot of submissions
Yeah,
currently.
yeah. And then Sublet's a sort of a trickier one. It's like right around the wall that people are at in general. But both of those problems sort of use like very classic, like Meet is a restatement of like a really classic math problem, just as a competitive programming problem. So I aimed for that to be one that everybody could get. And then Sublet is also like a really classic concept in geometry that I think a lot of people learn in high school.
So with Meet, you mentioned that it's like a reclassification of that classic math problem. Is that what inspired you to write that problem? Like, were you did you just read that math problem recently and like wanted to write a problem about it?
Honestly, I was just discussing the competition with my dad, and he just sort of threw it out there as like
He
kind of
helped you.
BS.
He helped you come
but,
up with that problem. That's actually really
yeah,
cool.
yeah.
And then you like fully fleshed it out and like
Yeah.
I guess what's the story like? Is there like a story? And a lot of these problems have like stories related to that. Can you I guess like talk about that?
Yeah, there's not a lot of flavor for Meet in the Middle, but just two guys. What are their names? Ramus and Plinius are traveling on the road to Rome, of which there is only one, and they're trying to meet up for lunch or some such. And
I see. Did your dad also help you with the story?
no, I don't. I think that part was me. But,
Okay. I guess do you want to talk about like did you do HSPT last year or are you doing it for the first time this year?
So I did. I was a judge last year. I didn't have any problems on the stats, but I wrote a couple solutions. I think I didn't. I might have made some data. I don't know.
Okay, yeah.
But yeah, I was a judge. I was here last year, and it was a lot of fun.
Like
so.
what caused you to I guess want to become a problem author and like introduce one of your problems to the set?
It just seemed like a lot of fun. It seemed like it would be sort of rewarding to have a problem out there that a lot of people could solve. And I did try to do that last year, but didn't make the cut.
I know you mentioned that your dad helped you come up with the idea for Meet. For Sublet, like how did you come up with that idea? I know some people like to come up with the solution first and then come up with the problem, or some people do the other way around and then come up with the solution. What like inspired you to make that problem?
I think I sort of started with the solution for that one. I really like geometry, so a lot of the problems that I come up with are almost all of them are just sort of throwing concepts in geometry together and trying to make a problem out of that. And I think I knew that I wanted sort of a solution based on. Are we allowed to talk about the solutions at this point?
No.
Okay.
But I guess you can like talk about general ideas about the problem. Like you mentioned, it was like a geometry problem.
Yeah. So there's a pretty classic concept in geometry that people learn about that I sort of wanted just to apply to a problem. And I think it's, for someone with a little bit of geometry knowledge, it's not too difficult to make the leap to solving that problem.
So you like had this concept in mind, and then you like created a problem around this concept.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. And I guess you want to talk about like how you, like what goes into the process of like coming up with a problem and then like then creating a story and then getting the problem onto the set. Like how does that process look?
Honestly, for me, I'm not sure. I like I said, I started with the solution. I just tried to come up with.
Did you have to make like
basically-
multiple revisions to the, potentially like the story or the problem because of reasons?
Not really any big revisions. I think I kind of just brute forced what the story could be, just what could fit the statement of the problem. And then
see.
from there were a few like tweaks, but nothing really major.
Yeah. I know there's always some bias like with your own problems, but like let's say excluding your own problems, do you have like a favorite problem in the set
Yeah.
that you enjoy?
Definitely dark. Can you see me in the dark? Which is currently the only unsolved problem, or at the time of the freeze was the only unsolved problem.
Yeah.
And I'm really looking forward to see if that gets solved. But
I guess is that because the problem is like catered around geometry, or
yeah,
is that like your favorite area?
absolutely, yeah. So on my JV year, the first year I was on the team last year, my mentor was Tyler, who you guys had on earlier. And he is sort of the big geometry buff of the programming
He's
team.
the geometry father.
He
if
is.
you will.
Yeah, he's the geo guy. And I already liked geometry a little bit before I had like experience with competitive programming. And I found that I really liked the intersection of those two topics. And so I guess I've sort of followed in his footsteps to an extent. And so I've been writing some more geometry problems. But yeah, I really like those problems, and I like writing them. I like solving them.
Yeah, it seems like there's two types of people. People who like geometry problems and people who absolutely despise geometry problems. It's cool to see that you actually like geometry problems.
Yeah.
I wish I could say the same.
Yeah.
I guess you mentioned that you were on JV last year. Did you have like any experience with competitive programming in high school?
Just barely. So you had Thomas on earlier, who talked about the Summer Institute competitive programming camp that's hosted here. So my first foray into competitive programming was actually there. It was the summer of my senior year. I came here. Thomas actually was one of the TAs that year. So I learned a lot of like the foundational material from him and from Tyler, who was also a TA that year. And I think because of that, almost entirely because of that, I was able to make the junior varsity team in fall of that year.
And then through the junior varsity team, that prepared you to then make the varsity team.
Yeah. So I think a lot of that just stems from going to that summer camp, and that's really cool to see. There's actually I forget the school. There's a school that has a competitor from my SI year as well, and so it's really cool to see
Oh,
him.
nice.
beating.
What would you say to someone who wants to get the junior varsity team and then potentially in the future make the varsity team? Like, what was your, I guess, study plan, or like, how'd you go about it?
Um,
Or were you just like, I guess, super motivated and then like did problems and things like that?
I think that's all it is just solve problems.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't think there's really any one path to make it to JV. Like I actually I didn't have any experience with competitive programming, but I have a lot of experience with just programming in general. I've been programming for probably a decade at this point.
Oh, wow.
And I found that it's actually not even that helpful. Like you don't need a whole lot of foundational knowledge in programming itself.
Yeah.
It's not even that applicable. So you can start out and just solve problems and
Yeah, we had Aga on earlier who talked about how she did competitive math and
Yeah.
it helped her transfer her skills into like programming. And we had mentioned that a lot of competitive programmers are ex-competitive math people. So that's very cool that there's like transferable skills.
yeah,
And
absolutely.
you don't have to be like a programmer who like codes Netflix level apps in their
Yeah,
free
yeah.
time, you know?
Yeah, we have a lot of people who came onto the team with not much programming experience. I think or at least a fair number of my JV year was all people that were relatively new to programming in general and especially competitive programming. So
Yeah, that's cool. All right. Thank you for coming onto the stream.
yeah. Thanks for having me.
All right. We'll be right back with Quinn. And we're back with Quinn Gilbert after the interview.
Good to be back.
Yeah. Let's talk about what happened during the interview. So it seems like we have a bunch more teams who have submitted. As you see, there's more blue boxes on the scoreboard. We have teams ranging from like the top who have submitted all the way down to the lower end of the scoreboard.
One thing I do want to mention, it looks like Atlantic Community High School has a submission on chaos, which was one of the problems that is probably the most approachable for them. So they might be moving from 1 to 2, a very big jump. That could be very exciting.
Yeah, and also, as I mentioned, we have submissions all over the scoreboard. We actually have Freedom High School, who was currently who was at third place at the time of the freeze. They submitted on neologism, and they could have potentially solved it.
And that would put them up to second place, right?
Yeah.
Because it doesn't look
with 11
like
problems solved.
Spanish River has not submitted on any of the problems.
Yep. So Spanish River High School has not submitted on any problems since the freeze, so they could not have solved 11 problems.
And it looks like 0 submissions on dark. Everyone's scared of these terrifying
It seems like
geometry
teams
problems.
are, I guess, taking their time with implementing dark, or at least
Taking their
solving.
time. Which is good. It's a very difficult problem. You have to make sure you double and triple check.
That is definitely one that you can't, I guess, rush into. You have to make sure your solution even passes the samples, which can sometimes even be a hard task.
That's very true.
I guess let me get our next interviewee.
Yeah, so since we don't have too many updates, we're just going to go straight into another interview.
Yeah, this time we'll have Quinn interview them. So we'll be right back.
All right, and we're back with Sadvik. So we're actually on a team together this year, and we've also both been on the varsity team for 5 years. So we have a lot of history together. Sadvik, why don't you tell us a little bit more about yourself?
I started competing in competitive programming in high school. I used to go to Timber Creek, where Denker was coaching.
Timber Creek.
Yeah, Kyle Denker was coaching. I started around like 10th, 11th grade. I started with no experience, like maybe some math experience.
Well, everyone starts with no experience, right?
Yeah. I was really bad at the beginning. Practice makes perfect. So like, I think I competed in HSPT like in 11th grade. I think I got like 10th place or something.
Very respectable.
Practiced a lot over the summer. And next year I competed in a team with two of my very good friends, including Brian Barak, who's also one of the judges this year. We got first place in HSPT.
There's also Natalie Longton,
Natalie
right?
Longton, yeah.
Brian Barak, two very talented team members.
Yeah, for sure. So I guess if you could take anything away from my story, it's that it doesn't matter how smart you are, hard work does beat talent any day.
Well, but you are also very smart.
Maybe.
Maybe. Yeah, hard work definitely does beat talent, though. That's very big motto here. So I see you've got an elephant with you.
Yeah, I got Emmett here. He's a very popular character amongst the programming team here at UCF. He might be appearing in the future as well.
This is the mascot for last year,
He's the
huh?
mascot. Yeah.
This is Tyler Marks, right?
Yes.
And he brought it in. I don't. So about these little stuffed animals. Sometimes we do the thing where, what is it? The rubber duck. The rubber duck method. You want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah. So I guess when a programmer is trying to debug something, they often like talk to an inanimate object like a rubber duck, just trying to go through a debug process. And it might seem kind of silly, but it's actually pretty helpful. I think everybody's done it at least once at some point. So
It is very helpful. A lot of the time, it's better to just talk to your teammate, though. I know now that we were on a team together, like, we're pretty much always talking about
right, exactly.
solutions with each other, trying to, sometimes even if the other person doesn't actually say anything new about the problem, just talking through it with someone will be extremely helpful, though. In our case, I feel like we almost always find something in each other's ideas.
Yeah, it's really helpful to talk with your teammates. Like, it's always nice to have a brand new perspective, especially if you're struggling on a problem or debugging a problem for like 30 minutes. It's really helpful to have somebody to talk to.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So, did you write any problems that ended up on the set this year?
I didn't technically know, but I helped inspire one of the problems. If you look at Doodle,
Doodle, okay. That's one of the most commonly wrong answered problems.
yeah, actually, what we're finding is there's a lot of time limit exceeded verdicts on Doodle
Oh, interesting.
because you need to do some bounds analysis to make sure, because you can't naively, it's a simulation problem, but you can't naively simulate it essentially.
I see. So teams who got a time limit exceeded might want to rethink their approach.
Yeah, actually, I have a funny story about this problem. So this was inspired by me doing a Google Doodle one day. I was thinking, hey, what's like the minimum
I
way
remember
to,
this one.
Yeah, how to do it. And that was the original problem, but it turns out that's NP complete. So it got changed into this like simulation type problem.
I see. Okay, well, maybe we shouldn't go too much into detail
Yeah.
about that. But that is really interesting. So, would you like to explain what NP complete means for people who don't know?
Yeah, I mean, NP complete is
It's
just
kind of
like,
tough to explain.
it's kind of
right?
tough to explain, but like, I guess it's a class of problems that like reduce to one particular problem called 3-SAT. And if you do end up solving 3-SAT, you can solve all these other problems, which kind of like breaks.
It would break the entire world.
It would break the entire world.
All bank encryption that we use would probably be like breakable if you could solve one of these problems.
Yeah. And like one of the common ways you can determine if a problem is NP complete is reducing it to another NP complete problem.
Absolutely. Yeah, NP complete. It's sort of like no NP complete problem can really be solved like in a contest for like a value greater than like roughly like 30 or 40. After that, it becomes basically impossible. Because the minimum, it's like, NP is like sort of like exponential time. You can't solve it in like a polynomial amount of operations. So you might have an O of n squared solution for one problem, but NP means like you can't get it to be like a polynomial time. It has to be like 2 to the n or n factorial or something like that, which goes very, very, very quickly. Actually, a lot of these problems are about taking an NP complete solution or finding an NP complete problem and finding the one thing in that problem that actually makes it solvable. Like a lot, I'm not sure if that applies to this problem, but there's a lot of problems where it would be an NP complete problem, but they say something in the statement like, if it's a graph, this graph is a tree. So they specify it down, and that part makes it actually solvable. Or they'll say something like each node only has 2 neighbors or something like that.
Yeah, there's a lot of problems like that. Where it seems impossible, but then like there's one restriction. You have to be very careful when reading the problem statement because the restrictions are very important that may actually make a problem solvable.
Yes, that's very true. RTPC, read the problem carefully. All right, and I guess this would probably be like your favorite problem from the set. But are there any others that you think
Yeah, actually,
top problems?
neologism.
How do you pronounce it?
I think it's neologism. Something
Neologism.
like that.
Neologism.
I really like this problem. Without giving too much away, it's like
Yes, I took a look at this one.
you kind of like have to transform it into a different type of problem.
Oh,
Upon first read, it's not like exactly what you might think it is.
very interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this problem, for the people who don't know, it's sort of a... Would you care to explain it?
Yeah, so essentially you're given like a bunch of pairs of letters, and essentially like you can, when you're constructing a word, you can pair those letters up. So you want to construct the longest word you can, such that each pair of adjacent letters appears in your input, or say like you can create an infinitely long string if you can.
Exactly, yeah. So if you have a C and an O, then you could put C and O next to each other. So if you have CO and OM, you could make like COM, something like that. You need to make the longest possible word that you can. Definitely a tough problem, but we have seen, what is it, 3 people at least solve it,
Yeah,
which is very impressive. Do you think we're gonna see a few more solves on this one?
I think it's possible. Yeah, I don't think it's the hardest problem in the set. But yeah, so
Doesn't look like it.
I think it's definitely solvable.
All right, and what do you think about dark? The geometry
dark.
problem. What are your opinions on geometry? I know we just had Eric and Tyler, who are both very big fans
Yeah.
of geometry.
So like I'm the exact opposite. I do not like geometry at all. And honestly, dark is probably the one problem on the set that would give me some trouble.
Yeah, I was looking at this morning, and it gave me some trouble as well.
Yeah, so I'd be very impressive if a team actually solves this, which I think is doable. You know, there's a lot of pretty good teams out there.
A lot of people very good at geometry. These are the kinds of problems where you can find people that are just good at math. People who maybe even haven't even like done any programming, and they can take this problem and potentially solve it on paper, and then someone else can code some simple, straightforward equation or something like that. I'm not saying that's what the solution to this is, but I definitely think it's fun having those geometry problems.
Yeah, for sure.
It like opens up the realm of people who can actually compete in this contest and solve
Yeah.
problems and have fun. I mean, imagine how exciting that would be if someone who hadn't even done like any programming experience had solved one of the hardest problems in the set just because
Yeah.
they knew like the math behind it. That would be pretty cool.
Yeah, I think you talked about this before, but yeah, having a math background is definitely a really big help when doing competitive programming.
Would you say you had a strong math background coming in?
Wouldn't say super strong, but like I've done math competitions in the past beforehand, which I guess kind of helps like with that problem solving process.
I see. Did you do that before your first contest in grade 11?
Yeah, I used to compete in middle school a little bit and throughout high school. So
I see. And I guess one question I feel like would be interesting. What do you think is, so you did compete in 2 high school programming contests. Would you say there's a big difference between doing this in high school and college?
yeah, I mean, so I think in college the difficulty jumps up quite a bit, like with respect to ICPC. But like honestly, a lot of the fundamentals are still quite the same between high school and
So it definitely does help. We've had a lot of people who didn't have any experience and were still able to do very well, but it definitely does help you a lot.
it really does
doing
help.
this stuff
Yeah.
in high school.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, when I was in high school, I used to come to UCF to practice like almost every Saturday.
You came to UCF to
Yeah.
practice.
Came-
That's right. You and a few other people did that.
Yeah.
So how exactly did that work?
Yeah, so like I mentioned, I used to go to Timber Creek, and Timber Creek's like really close to UCF. So me and my team members, we used to go every Saturday and just practice alongside the team because, you know, practicing at the level you want to be at, that's the best way to get better.
That's sort of like a free version of the SI camp, huh? You
Kind
just
of,
come
yeah.
here and compete with the team as well.
Yeah. If you have the opportunity, I would, or anywhere around you, you should definitely like seek out opportunities to do that.
Absolutely. All right. Is there anything else you wanted to say about any of these problems or the process of creating the problem set?
Your favorite problem? I already mentioned it, but it's neologism, I think.
One of the tougher ones.
One of the tougher ones. I would say
And least favorite is dark.
yeah.
Right.
Least favorite. But yeah, I mean, lots of hard work goes into creating these problems, and it's a fun process too. But yeah, the judges put in a lot of hard work, and there's a lot going on for this event. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a great set, honestly. I think this is one of my favorite sets.
I think so too. It's been a very interesting scoreboard, that's
Yeah,
for sure.
sure. It was really interesting to see. There were two solves at exactly the 3-hour mark. One of which was Tyler, so that was pretty exciting to see.
Yes. It was nice to be able to see that. It would have been pretty annoying if it ended up going to scoreboard freeze
Yeah.
right before we saw that.
Yeah, it'll be
submission.
interesting to see if anybody can get dark. That's kind of the big question now. So,
Yeah, we do have a submission.
We do have a
We'll
submission.
talk about it as soon as we get
Of
back.
course.
All right, so thanks for joining us, and
Awesome.
thanks for putting so much work into the set.
Thank you, of course. Enjoy the rest of your stream.
Oh, see you later. All right, and we'll be right back with Juan. All right, and we're back with Juan going into the last roughly 20 minutes.
Yep. Thank you, Quinn, for having that interview with Sadvik. Even though he didn't write a problem, he was a key part in making sure our problem set was as top quality as possible.
That's true. Even though there are more than 12 people that go into working on this set, so a lot of the people who didn't write problems still put a lot of work into it. And Sadvik has written a lot of really great problems in the past that have made it onto sets.
All right. Regarding the scoreboard, there has been some updates in the meantime.
Let's go ahead and take a look.
Yeah, let me pull this up. So we have way more submissions. I think we actually have one of the top 5 teams submitted on dark. So
Very exciting.
we could have had our first dark green on, a dark green on dark, but we won't know until the scoreboard resolution.
Very exciting. And which team was that? Let's take a look.
That was
Doral Academy won.
And then we also have Freedom High School with 2 submits on neologism.
Ooh, 2 submits could be good, but the more submits that they get, well, not the more submits they get, the less likely is that they get it. But usually 1 submit and then no more for the rest of the contest is extremely strong. So the fact that they have 2 submits, they definitely didn't get the first one, right?
Yeah.
But maybe they fixed their bug on the second submit. There's a lot of teams that did get neologism AC with multiple submits.
Yeah, it also seems like we have like a couple submits on Tyler, so some teams are starting to try some of these harder problems in this last hour, because of course there's not many more problems to, I guess, solve. They have to now branch out to the harder problems and attempt those. So that's very cool to see.
That is cool to see.
We also now have almost 30 teams with 5 problems solved, and a lot of these have remaining submissions to be resolved in the problem resolver.
And
That's very cool.
it looks like we still don't have any submission from the number 1 team, so we just might have that perfect set where everyone solves one problem. There's no one that solves every problem.
Yep, that is if that one team that submitted on dark did get that correct submission.
That's very true. Where would it put them? It looks like
Let's see. So it would put them in with 10 problems solved, and then it would give them around 300,
they do have 2 submits.
a 180.
Did that just come in, or was that?
Oh yeah,
before?
I think they just submitted a
So
second.
they had a second submit, which means they didn't have it right on the first try.
180. So it would give them like around 200 penalty points if they got it correct on their second, or maybe around 200.
Which means they would
Theoretically,
probably
yeah.
beat Freedom High School. If they got it on this second submit, they would be just barely beating Freedom High School with 10 problems solved.
And it seems like,
Assuming that Freedom High School hasn't already gotten neologism.
yeah, it seems like I guess the high amount of wrong submissions that Freedom High School got at the beginning of the contest costed them more penalty points. So if the Doral Academy does end up getting this dark problem, we could see them in 3rd place over Freedom High School.
That's right. And it looks like they had 2 more wrong submissions on neologism, so they're going to get a few more penalty points there as well. It looks like they'll probably end up being near the bottom of the bracket of the number of problems that they submitted, but still very close to the top of the scoreboard, still very impressive. And it's also possible that another team submits counter 20 times and ends up having more penalty points than them.
And as we mentioned, since these number 1 and number 2 teams have not submitted, Freedom High School could still submit on all the remaining problems and still end up on 1st place. So that is still a possible scenario that could happen.
That's true.
Yeah, it seems like we have a ton of submissions for Doodle and Slime. As you mentioned during your interview, there has been like a lot of wrong submissions with those problems.
Yes, a lot of wrong submissions.
So I think we are still seeing that pattern as we go into the scoreboard freeze. I think we are starting to get more. We see Timber Creek. We see 2 of their teams with 2 submissions on 2 problems. So that's very strong from the Timber Creek.
Which problem?
I think it was on Or Else and Doodle. So that was pretty strong from them.
That's another very possible solve.
Mm-hmm. A lot of teams have solved that.
And how's it looking on the other side of the scoreboard? Is it possible that we walk away with every team having solved 2 or more problems?
Yeah, let's see. Some of these teams, it seems like Atlantic Community High School has submitted on Chaos.
They've submitted another 4 times, so it looks like they didn't get it on their first try, but they might still be close to getting it.
Seems like they're, I guess, spending this last hour trying to get Chaos to make sure they get to that 2 problem mark, which is a good idea. Towards the end of the contest, you want to start prioritizing certain problems because it is the last hour. You don't have that much time as you do at the beginning of the contest.
That's true.
So now you have to start deciding, do we continue working on, like, let's say 2 problems, or do we abandon one and then focus on one problem altogether? That is definitely something that you have to discuss with your team members.
Yeah, we do have kind of a rule here where you're not supposed to work on more than one problem in the last hour. Generally, once you get to the last hour, you want everyone to be helping the person who is most likely to get that last problem.
Yep.
Like, all of your effort wants to be put towards the last problem, because if you don't get getting that one problem is much more important than a small chance of getting 2 of those problems. A lot of the time, you at that point you just don't have enough time.
Especially since we only have like 17 minutes remaining into the contest.
I'm sure there probably are still a few teams who are working on problems in parallel, though, so we could see people jump
especially
up
with
by 1 or 2.
some of the teams working on some of the easier problems, those might be doable if they were to like implement one and then solve it and then work on the other one. They might have enough time to implement it. But with Dark and Tyler, it seems like those do end up taking more time to implement, and thus it will be harder for a team that's working on one of these problems to get multiple problems in this last like 10 to 15 minutes.
That's very true.
Yeah, can you maybe talk about like some of your strategy when it comes to like the end of contests? What do you like to do?
Yeah, usually when it comes to the end of contest, there'll be one person left coding. They have one last idea on some problem, and then there'll be 2 other people who are trying to help them get their solution to pass. So a lot of the time,
So
there's people.
how do they help them? Like,
One way we can do it is, literally looking over their shoulder, seeing if
looking at
they
their program, yeah.
stop the bugs before they happen. If you see them type something that doesn't make sense, then you could tell them about it. And another thing we'll do is we'll print out the code, even if it's partially written. We'll print out the code that's already there so they can look over that and see if there's any bugs. And a lot of the time, in the last hour, you are getting like, you're debugging a solution. You're either getting wrong answer or time limit exceeded, and you're trying to get it to pass. So you do have the full code, and the other 2 people are able to look at it on paper while the other person is looking at it on the computer.
Yeah,
So you can have all 3 people putting in effort trying to solve the last problem at the same time.
I agree. Even if they're just looking over the shoulder, another also small thing that they might be doing would be like creating some cases. Like there might be some edge cases that like need to be tested. So someone
That's also
not,
very true.
Someone that's not implementing could write some cases for the person to try later on once they've finally implemented the entire solution.
That's one of the most helpful things to do, because a lot of the time, if you don't know what is making your program break, what case makes it break, it's kind of hard to debug it because you have to look at everything. But if you have a case, you can actually print out like statements to show you exactly what's happening. So making cases, that's actually probably the most helpful thing that teams can do to help
That's
each other.
actually, you mentioned writing like print statements. That's actually a very, I guess, useful tip when debugging, like printing out the values of certain variables when you know that like you're getting something wrong. Can help you try to realize where the logic in your program is going wrong and help you, I guess, fix that in that case. Yeah.
That's very true.
And it's actually a very common technique used even in like software engineering positions, like printing out and like doing print statements is very commonly used in like these like big tech jobs.
That's true. One thing you do have to be careful though is that when you submit the problem, you don't leave those print statements in, because then that'll give you a wrong answer verdict.
Yeah.
I think we definitely had people do that a few times where they left debug code in their code, and that was the only thing that was wrong with it. And then when they took that out, they were able to get the right answer.
Yep, I've also done that before, and I've gotten wrong answer and gotten more penalty points because of that.
Yeah, we've all been there. I think it's also important to say, now that we're near the end, it's still important for people to work up until the last minute. A lot of these problems, a lot of them, are very, very solvable.
I was just about to mention that, yeah.
And like I said, people have gotten solutions right in the last 5 seconds of contest before. And especially, you can see how important solving even a single problem is in these contests. Like, if we take a look at the people who have, let's take a look at people who have 6 problems solved. It goes down to 16th place. And the people who have 17 problems solved goes down to, let's take a look at it again. Goes up to 10th place. So you can get yourself up to, at the minimum, 11th place from 16 just from getting 1 extra problem.
So that's 5 spots.
And depending on how many penalty points the people above you had, you can move up even further.
So you can move up from like 17, 16, all the way up to the top 10.
Exactly.
With just 1 problem. So I know a lot of people like to think, oh, we only have 10 minutes, you know, we're not going to get this problem, might as well give up. And like, of course, your teammates might think like, oh, there's no point in helping them. They're like coding and they're debugging it themselves. But like, as we mentioned, like 1 problem does make a big difference, and you want to help your teammates all the way up until the end, even if you're not the one coding and typing on the
That's
keyboard.
right. That last problem can save you. But even for other teams, like these teams at the top of the scoreboard, like Spanish River, even if they solve an 11th problem, they will unfortunately not move up to first. It's so important for them because the team right below them might have just solved another problem, so they might actually be competing for second. And it's also important because if a team hasn't solved a problem yet and they end up solving it when you didn't solve anything, they could also usurp you.
Yeah, like we mentioned, the submissions are unknown. We don't know if they're correct or wrong, and such, like your place is not guaranteed. Like you could actually, if you end up not solving a problem in the last hour, your place could be like a couple spots lower than you might have thought at the beginning of the freeze, because there were teams that did solve a problem and then moved above you on the scoreboard.
Yeah, I've definitely seen a lot of teams that don't solve anything after the freeze and unfortunately move down a few spots. People that have gotten kicked out of the top 10 after the freeze without knowing it.
Yeah, let's check the YouTube chat, see if anyone mentioned anything. Will the ceremony be streamed as well? Unfortunately, we will not stream the ceremony and the problem resolution, but we will put the link to the final scoreboard once that is available to us.
Yeah, so unfortunately, people who are not watching this live here at UCF won't be able to get to see the fun effect that we have on the scoreboard, where teams will move up once they solve something.
Yeah, it's very cool. We basically go from the bottom of the scoreboard and we'll go through a team submits, and it's kind of like a countdown. It'll go through each submission, and like if it's correct, it'll move them how many spots the correct submission gave them.
Yeah, so it actually goes out of order of the submission time just to make it more suspenseful.
It goes from the bottom of the scoreboard.
Yes, and as people get locked in, as we know someone's been locked into 10th place, we will start giving out prizes to people who have earned them. Oh, and also at the award ceremony, we'll have additional prizes. It's not only people in the top 3, there's other things that you can look forward to there. We do all sorts of things to try to make this fun for everyone.
Yeah, I think I remember last year we had an award for like a team that had like ASCII art in their program. So that was really cool to see.
Yes, and there's also a lot of teams who solve things in very unique ways. So like I said, one of the things that makes this contest so unique is the fact that we do actually look at every single submission by hand. So we will see some things sometimes that we appreciate, and we'll give some sort of recognition for them.
Yeah, it seems like we're getting way more submits on Doodle and Slime.
The closer it gets to the end, the more people will want to just submit frantically, which is honestly not a bad idea, because sometimes, well, once you're at the end and you don't think you would solve a problem otherwise, it's okay to just submit as many times as you want.
Yeah, it seems like it is unsure if some teams are submitting because they have like a correct solution, or is it out of desperation because there's like under 10 minutes left.
Yeah, one funny thing people do in the last 10 minutes is they'll sort of use the judge as a debugger. I know one common trick. Have you done the thing where you make it TLE if it reaches a certain case?
I have not. There's like basically what Quinn is talking about is that there's like instead of debugging, which might take like 10 minutes or so, and you because normally people would like worry about penalty points, and you might want to debug for the, like, let's say 5 minutes or so, which would save you like 20 penalty points potentially. You don't really have that privilege in the last 10 minutes or so. So people end up just submitting after like small changes. And that's why we do see an uptick in submissions, because I guess people in this last 10 minutes, they don't have the privilege of just debugging on their own and like taking their time.
That's
like
true.
as Quinn mentioned.
So one of the most helpful tricks that you can do to sort of use the judging system to your advantage is using throw statements. So you could have your program throw an error and return runtime error instead of wrong answer if there's a certain case. So if you know there's something that should never be happening, you're like, okay, I know I have a graph and I should never be visiting this node twice or something like that. But you don't explicitly check for it. You can check to see if you're accidentally doing that in your code and print wrong runtime error instead of wrong answer. And you'll be able to get that verdict. You'll be able to see if I got wrong answer, I know that that's not the case. If I get runtime error, I know that is the case, so now I know what I need to fix. Now I have a better idea of like the kind of sample that's breaking my code. So it's like,
yeah, and there's also like, yeah, like as you mentioned, if you think there's a specific case where your program breaks, yeah, you do that exit or return a runtime error, and if your code is runtime erroring, then you can like be pretty sure, oh, this is a case that breaks my solution. Now I got to think of a way to then fix that solution.
that's true.
Fix that error.
It's sort of a niche little trick to use. It's not always that useful. A lot of the time, you're better off just debugging on your own computer, or just like walking through your code. But it can be useful sometimes in very specific cases. I think dark might be one of the problems that could be useful. It doesn't look like anyone's doing anything like this, though. I don't think we have any mass submissions coming. Oh, we do actually have 4 submissions,
Yeah,
4
we
new
have 2
submissions.
teams now that have submitted on Dark.
2 teams. Oh, wow.
American
So 8
Heritage
new
School.
submissions on Dark. So maybe people are just trying to use the submission tool as a debugger here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it seems like more teams are attempting Dark, or at least submitting on Dark. Another thing that teams could use to debug is search statements. The search statements could be used, like let's say you assume that like your variable must be, once you get to a certain part in your program, let's say you assume that it's like less than a certain value, you can assert that and like check, oh, is my variable actually less than this value? Because that's like an assumption that you had, and your program only works if that assumption is true. That's something that you could do, and if for some reason it's not doing that for some reason, and your assert catches that, you can then go back to your program and see why it's doing that and figure out that fix. So like assert statements are a good way of debugging and like figuring out like what's going wrong in these last like X amount of time of the contest.
Very true.
So we're nearing up on the end of the contest. We got 5 minutes left.
5 minutes left. I do think they give an announcement now at 5 minutes, so everyone will probably start being even more frantic.
Yep. And we also, I'm pretty sure we do give an announcements at 1 or 2 minutes. I'm not exactly sure.
I think 1 minute remaining, we'll give another announcement.
Yep, 1 minute
And
remaining.
then they'll have a chance to submit everything. A lot of the time in the last minute, people don't even bother. Like we said before, you should run your code before you submit it, because it might fail to compile. Like that's kind of a very avoidable bug that you can see, because it will only happen if you literally never even tried running your code. But in the last like 1 minute, you just frantically submit as much as you can. You might not even have time to run your code or compile it before you submit. Mm-hmm. So that's the one exception.
Yeah. Yeah, especially with 4 minutes remaining, a lot of like what's common and like standard practice kind of goes out the window.
Exactly.
Teams are like frantically trying to come up with reasons why their code might not be working, and I guess fixing it.
That's true. And let's take a look at some more of these submissions. We can speculate from people who have stopped submitting whether or not they got them right. So one of the strong indicators of a correct solution is near the top of the scoreboard with American Heritage. So they've had 1 submit on neologism. I'm not sure how far back that submit was because we can't see it for the post freeze. But if they did submit that a long time ago and never submitted again, It's a very strong indicator that might have gotten a C.
We also have Trinity Prep School, which submitted 14 times on Doodle, which is, I think, one of the most submissions on any problem that I've seen so far.
It would be very impressive if they managed to
That would
clutch
be
this one.
That would show their determination to solve Doodle and I guess
And
get
we
that AC.
also have 9 submissions by Atlantic on the other side of the scoreboard
on
trying to
chaos.
solve chaos.
Yep, they're giving it their all. Trinity is also giving it their all on Doodle. It's great to see these teams continuing to try even after multiple incorrect submissions.
That's very true.
It shows determination.
Absolutely. One of the most important parts of anything competitive, really.
Yeah, even just life in general.
That's true. Very exciting. I still think it's interesting that we're not seeing a crazy amount of solutions on Tyler, despite it being one of the first problems that was solved in this contest.
Yeah, I think I completely agree. It seems like one of those problems that like you either know what you're you either know what you're doing or you kind of just like are kind of lost in like how to solve it. That's why it seems like a lot of teams are not even trying to attempt it, you know.
That's true.
And the teams that have were able to solve it in one to two tries, you know.
And it looks like the team that got that dark green, Timber Creek, has 2 other submissions on new problems, or not new problems. I think one of them they were working on before the freeze, maybe both. It looks like one of them is a new problem, and the other one they were working on before the freeze. So if they got both of those, they would move from 7 to 9 problems solved, which would place them, let's see, once the scoreboard goes around, that would place them potentially in the top 5. Is that right?
I think so.
Top 5 in the contest, depending on the penalty points. No, it would depending on the other submissions that other people had, whether or not they got them right.
It would
Could move them up to top 5.
Yep, it would depend on whether the teams above them also got correct submissions.
The teams below them, the teams above them don't matter, right? The teams above
true.
9.
True.
But someone could have. Let's see, who has the most submissions of any team here? We could have someone move up by 3 problems in the last hour, which would be phenomenal.
Yeah, it's crazy that there's some teams that have submitted on 3 different problems.
I don't think I see any that have, though. I'm looking through it now.
Yeah, I see teams that have submitted on 2 problems.
It could be a huge shift.
Yeah, it seems like
There it is. So American Heritage.
American Heritage School. they're
22 submissions on Dark just now.
Yeah, they have 22 submissions.
So this is what we were talking about before. They might just be using the submission tool as a debugger, submitting random changes to their code and seeing if they can find
It
anything
is
helpful.
the final minute of the contest. So
Final
it
minute.
seems like they are, I guess, giving it their all to try to see. I think that was the last minute of the contest.
And the contest is over.
So these teams,
But we will still see submissions rolling in a little bit just because of the system. It
the
takes a little
judges
bit
are still
to.
looking at people's output and comparing it with the judges' output, making sure
That's true.
and giving their submissions.
And even for the post-freeze solutions, I don't think it shows up until they have given a verdict. So you might see some blues pop up after the end of the contest.
Yep, and we won't actually know the result of the scoreboard until the resolution, and we unfortunately aren't going to be streaming that. But we will post the link to the final scoreboard in a bit once we do get access to that. So that'll be cool to see.
Yeah, so everyone who's watching from other locations can see the final scoreboard, so they can find out the results.
Yeah, so it seems like American Heritage ended up getting 7 more submits on Dark.
What we can say for certain is we know that there was no one that perfectly solved this set. No one got a full solve
That is
with
true.
all 12 problems.
The teams that have gotten 11 and 10 problems did not submit on their last 1 to 2 remaining problems. So, yeah, unfortunately, there was no team that solved the set. Which I guess sometimes is cool to see, but it's sometimes also interesting to see a team that just dominates and just solves the entire set.
That's true, but it's more exciting when there's a little bit more competition.
Yep.
All right, so
All right. Thank you guys for tuning in. That's pretty much the end of the contest. We'll pin a message having the final link of the scoreboard, and that will have the scoreboard resolution Is there anything you want to say, Quinn?
That's all. I would just like to say thanks, Juan, for coming on as my co-host. It was a pleasure to have you. And thanks to everyone else tuning in, as Juan said earlier.
Yeah, it was a cool experience having you as a co-host as well.
Yeah, I could tell you needed me to come on here, so I decided to come and help out.
Yeah? Is that so?
That's so.
Okay.
All right. We'll see you at the awards ceremony.
Yeah, thank you guys for watching.